Yo, what's up, everybody? Whoa, let me change some of this stuff. Let me launch Epic Pen. I'm a little late to this. I was hoping to start my stream about half an hour ago, but we didn't quite get there in time. Rare Adam winning on their map, Vito. Good to see. That's not what we wanted to see. We want to stay on this screen, please. Okay, drawing on the screen. That all works. Okay. I got my breakfast here as well. Very early stream. Very early stream. We got permission to co-stream this tournament. I've been looking forward to it. I want to learn more about these teams that are participating in the Chinese VCT circuit. So let's go. Going for the morning stream today. We might do an evening stream as well. Today you might be gifted. Yeah, obviously I've missed the beginning of this match. And the majority of this first map. What are the maps? I think it's Lotus, Sunset, and then Haven or something? Oh. Disgusting. I don't think he was even really aiming for Stu. I think he was more aiming for Viva. Yeah, so this Rare Adam team is pretty damn good. Rare Adam, Trace, FPX. I mean, FPX now with the addition of Autumn. All of these teams are pretty dangerous for EDG. So this should be a great end to this tournament. And the end to the year for China, really. Before we get to see who the partnership teams are and stuff like that. So I had a meeting with Riot China last night as well. Well, I say a meeting with Riot China as if it was everybody, but I had a meeting with somebody very knowledgeable who works with Riot China to help me understand how the system works too. So I can talk about that in the map break. But for the moment, let's try and just pay attention to this. Another successful hit here. We haven't really watched too much, but it looks like Rare Adam are just getting a lot of A control and being able to convert that. In the previous round that we watched, they took some C control. I mean, they've just got a lot of rounds here, and they're on their attack side. It looks fairly inevitable from what we've seen. I mean, this would be a huge win for... Nobody can't get the gun. Tragedy. It does definitely feel a bit weird for EDG, doesn't it? Their roles on a map like this. It definitely feels weird to me. Trying to get Smoggy to play more Sentinel really might benefit them, because I've got to assume that Chishu would be better suited to the Viper role than nobody. Maybe that's wrong. Isn't Rare Atom going to get fucked by the one import rule next year? Remind me, it's Stu and... who is it? Martin? They do have 2 Korean players, right? I'm not 100% knowledgeable about the Chinese scene. I can't remember exactly where everybody's from. Oh, it's Yeoman. Okay. So Stu and Yeoman. Yes, they will get rolled by that import rule, but they'll just make a roster change, right? I mean, I think they'll be able to find one player to replace. Especially if they look like a top team, people will want to join them. Oh, it's Yeoman IGLing for them. Okay, well that part I didn't realize. Yeah, that might be a big blow then. Good morning, everybody. I'm eating my breakfast while watching some Chinese Valorant. So, this round, Rare Adam trying to see if they can end on B. They haven't dealt with the Killjoy utility. Chishu's got great ultimate to deal with this. Great bomb. Thank you for the 13 months. Howdog goes for a peek, even though they're not planning to actually defend the site. Oh. Okay, Stu ends up getting caught there as well. Yeoman's going to try and pick it back up. Finds one. No utility used there to try and make sure the breakable door was clear, but they're in a 3v1, so they should be able to win this. No pull on the spike. It should be impossible for Yahoo to win this.
主要是赌目是防守方的赌目，防守方可以掌控他的升降。是，那这一分 EDG 也是有惊无险成功拿下，追回一分，非常的危险。但 A 点这一波，我不确定16的完以后有没有装载，就他们前摇有没有给完？应该是用。
I've not been in the gym recently, no. I've been playing more sports recently, so I've lost a bit of weight, but I haven't been in the gym. What is breakfast? Breakfast is miniature Weetabix today. Not every day, but today. Thank you, Infamous. Appreciate that. Alright, big clash happening over here in A lobby. We've seen Rare Adam win these a couple of times, but we haven't been watching the entire match, so not exactly sure. They didn't even commit to it. So EDG not fighting over that one. When Rare Adam's playing with an Astra, you can't do that Omen TP over towards the tree door. So it's a little easier, I would say, for EDG to fight heavily over a rebel control. One way goes up before the door is opened, so now Rare Adam can just wait out that smoke. I mean, obviously, Hadong has another smoke, he can use it, but then you're putting a lot of pressure on him to just keep re-smoking that. They know that there's a pit gun down somewhere else on the map as well. And Rare Adam are just contacting up. Fade out comes through. Open the door. Hadong doesn't have time to be able to refresh the smoke here. He wasn't ready to do it. But he's managed to... Oh my god, those shots from Smoggy are nasty. And Hadong managed to maintain... Oh, maybe he did manage to re-smoke it, and I just couldn't see because of the door icon. But anyway, Hadong used his paranoia to stay in control of tree as well. Good counter utility from Hadong to stay in control of tree, but it's really Smoggy's kills that end up winning the round. They should still lose this map, right? Rare Adam have another 3 opportunities to win 1 attacking round on a map that's very attack-sided. With sugar? No, the miniature Weetabix have like chocolate in them anyway, so they don't need sugar. Any advantage having your weapon model on the left? None of them do. It's an observer thing, I think. No, there isn't really. I just finished watching the VOD of your previous day's Z stream and you immediately started streaming again. Yep. On the grind today. Okay, so Rare Adam have a Cosmic Divide to work with here. Definitely some like A control into B split things that you can do really easily with the Cosmic Divide. EDG go for this like passive A control that they've been going for, where they throw utility, they throw the season aid, and then they go over and rotate very quickly to anticipate this. And they've got a good read on this. I'm not exactly sure how they've got such a great read, but they know that this is headed towards C. Maybe it's just because they heard a lot over towards C at the beginning of the round, and that was communicated from Chishu. Well, they're going to try and push this. Paranoia comes out. Haunt comes out as well. They smoke to trap these players in. Stu catches one, though. If Stu catches another... Nope, Chishu cleans them up. That was a bit dangerous, though, there. Did you see the way that Chishu was kind of dueling Stu? Stu tried to get out, but that was not really a 3v1 towards the end. That was more of a 1v1. The others were definitely holding some angles, but they weren't pushing up with Chishu. Could have gotten dangerous had Stu hit some really nice shots. Now Yeoman's going to try and just re-push into this area. No? Okay. Often when there's an area that's been heavily contested over by the defense, at this kind of level, you'll anticipate the defending team dropping off from that area because they feel like they've already cleared it out. So that's why Rare Adam, Yeoman is calling for them to go, like, just walk towards C at that period of time because he's trying to catch the timing. But they baited out a little bit. And now, let's just see how good this retake is. Haodong smokes B main. They slowly take control over here. This shouldn't be winnable for Rare Adam. Yeah. Okay, patiently done there from EDG. They had a player from Bakeable Door and a player from C-Link. Neither of them really peaked. They just made sure that they very slowly sliced the pie up in heaven, pushed people out from that heaven area, and then all started facing onto angles together to be able to clear out. They actually didn't have any retake utility there, though. No Prowler, no Haunt. They used it all in this C reclear, so it's a good job this C reclear actually worked. Diokotu, thank you for the 12 months. Thank you very much. Can you turn the game up slightly? Yeah, I can do. I'll turn it up to 60% or 65%. I can turn it up further if people want it, though. Alright, so Kong has his ult to defend with. They're one away from Smoggies as well. Stu just picked up an orb and got punished for it. Not necessarily Stu getting punished for it. Oh my god, he pulls out the nade and gets whacked. If Kong had just gone for his gun out. Rare Adam doing the same thing again there, where once EDG take an area of the map on defense, they want to try and recontest it immediately, not allowing EDG to re-clear areas properly. It's a nice bold play by Kong, but then he just expects Rare Adam to give him more respect. He thinks he's got time for the nade, which I think is reasonable. Oh. Goodness me. Oh, bless me. Yeah, Stu is insanely weak. He might just die to some random spam here. Oh, that's so close. Unfortunately here, EDG have got the wrong read. And Stu now has his showstopper. Now, Stu is super weak, though. The showstopper could get denied. Well, it's not going to get denied. It's going to take an A site that was already free to take anyway. Smoggy might get his ult up. That could be the saving grace here for EDG in a 4v4 retake. Or Stu might die to some random spam. Stu looks like he's trying to push up. No? Yeah, he is. He's... Okay. He gets pushed back down again. Blinded. EDG very slowly taking space, but again, they don't have very much retake utility at all to work with. This is so dry. Chichu kills two. Haodong goes for the fucking blob peak. Alright. Chichu and Haodong kill two players. But notice how they don't push off the paranoia. They just use it to take a little bit of space. And they don't have any fade utility left to actually get into the site with. So they jumped into the site and all just had to take dry duels there. They don't actually have any retake utility, despite the fact that they're playing retake B and retake A in that setup. So it feels like they're using too much of their utility early on in the round. Just when you look at what they've got left for retake. And I think part of that is because Rare Adam are playing slowly, so nobody, Smoggy feels pressure to use his Fade utility earlier on. So Smoggy uses his C's by default at the start of A pretty much every round. Instead of trying to save it and just use a Haunt, sometimes. Most Fade players are going to swap that up. Sometimes Haunt, sometimes C's. Try and make it less obvious for the attackers. Kang's going to peek. Oh, the little fake peek to get him set up on the line. What a lovely play by Kang. Does he anticipate the fact that Stu has gone up on top of Rubble? Kang is putting a lot into his own hands here, but he's on a safe angle right now. There goes the haunt from Smoggy. Used it a minute on the clock. Not exactly sure why, because he already knows that there's players over here. Maybe just to see whether they've walked up. Or good one from Kang, and he blast packs away so that Stu can't catch him. Smoggy then goes for the fade ult. I don't know why. You've just got to pick. Maybe he was worried that they were running up, but now he's used the Prowler immediately afterwards as well. Smoggy's just throwing out utility. Smoggy's now not going to have this for a retake, but thankfully they're going to have a massive player advantage going into OT. Oh, he doesn't realize Martin's crossed already. He thought the timing was good. Oh, but Kang is just hitting every shot with the operator anyway, and they're just walking into him. Oh, the ace for Kang to finish it off. Not quite, but nearly. What a time for Kang to come alive with the operator. And so much danger in terms of how he took that original fight. Immaculately played, though. Immaculately played. He jiggles at the beginning, so Stu baits a shot. And then that gives Kang the line that he can hold. Stu has to reposition. And then Kang's worried about where he's repositioned, so he just holds the tiniest little line. Stu can't see Kang anymore. He thinks it's safe. One of them gets caught. 5v4. And then he repositions immediately. Beautifully played round by Kang, but a little bit concerning the way that Smoggy is just fucking up, throwing utility out there without really achieving too much with it. Okay, wait a second. I start co-streaming, EDG start winning? Coincidence? Yeah, I mean, yes, it's a coincidence.
好像 EDG 已经掌握了场上的一个优势，开局的一个4比0。是上半场最后是2边6比6握手赢，而到下半场反而是 RA 掌握了下半场开场的一个节奏，对，连续的得分，但 EDG 也把分数一点点掰了回来，甚至是连续的追回盘点，追了5个盘点之后，来到现在。 追进加时，而且我们刚才说了 ，RA 他们在 BP 上面是自班自选，先班先选，所以莲花古城对于他们而言是必须要先。It's probably quite difficult for Smoggy to play Fade on this map if Rare Adam have been contacting a lot on their attack sides. So maybe I'm being a bit too harsh. Okay, the Astra. I really do like it. I think obviously Rare Adam's composition we've seen get huge amounts of value in the hands of Fnatic. Nobody. You're way too aggressive, bro. What are you doing? Well, there's a bona fide nobody feed to get us started in the overtime. In no way synced up with what the rest of his team were doing. No distraction being made for him. No rotates being pulled. He didn't even try to isolate an angle. He just straight up dropped his orb and faced and tried to flick anybody who was in front of him. That is close. Kang now has his ultimate up though. He's been able to farm some ult orbs, get a kill. So now you really want to see Kang connecting with the rest of the team. But I think Kang's... What are they up to? Yeah, he's going to cross. A little dangerous there, him crossing. Oh, double Nanoswarm towards the back. Puts a lot of pressure onto Viva. But Haodong teleports in, I think, and dies. And they manage to stop the showstopper. What is that kill from Smoggy? Oh, Smoggy doesn't have any bullets left or something. Yeoman literally just pushed through the smoke and killed them. That's... Wow. Very rushed there towards the end from EDG. They had a good situation. They had time on the clock. And they just didn't hold the smokes and just immediately tried to get the plan down. They must have assumed that they killed all of the C players, but they got held off for quite a while. What the fuck is that, actually?
What was that replay? I thought the showstopper got killed before it went off. What is that replay, guys? Did you see that showstopper? It landed at Martin's feet and it didn't kill him. It did like 90 damage to him. How did that not kill? I'll go back because I'm on YouTube. That's the explosion right there. I mean, maybe it's just a weird POV and Kang threw it at his feet. It must have been blocked by the turret. I mean, look at the position of that. Martin was already on 60 health. It did 0 damage. It must have just been blocked by the turret. We can barely see the turret because of the gun model. I missed it the first time, but yeah. It does, it just gets blocked by the turret. Wow, tragedy. He's at 150? Oh, was it? Oh, my bad, sorry. I'm looking at the screen at different times. I didn't look at his health at the beginning. I looked at his health. I thought before the showstopper landed, but apparently not. That's bullshit, though. Kang should have had that kill. Okay, so EDG are actually not fighting over a rubble control, so there's no worry for Viva dying in the same way that nobody did. Stu's going to go for the exact same strategy where he just guzzles up the ult orbs. This is exactly the same thing that Kang did. Except, then they're not trying to have him lurk and find a kill. He's just guzzling up all of the ult orbs. Alright, so now where are they going? Are they going back over to Viva? Yeah, they are. Look, this is just really standard stuff here, and EDG do not have enough map control to understand what's going on. They don't get early info over towards A, and now they just have to play full retake on the map. Alright, now we're looking at Smoggy's utility. He still has Haunt and a Prowler. Smoggy needs to be using that utility for them to get back in. And they still have Haodong's Paranoia. He uses the Prowler to make sure that Heaven is clear. So now they have Haunt and Paranoia, and they don't sync them up. They just Haunt before they even drop into the site. They don't use the Paranoia. Martin kills 2 of them. Oh, 1 player caught. This is still so difficult. 1v1. Oh, great anticipation of where the player would be, and Chichu is just stood there trying to see if the guy's gonna jiggle peek or something to see if he's on the spike. These retakes look kind of wonky from EDG. They're using all of their utility to take the space they need to go for the retake. They're not using it to actually put pressure on the players at all. No one got pressured by the Prowler. No one got pressured by the Haunt or the Paranoia. And they're just trying to rely on their spacing to get back into the fight. And considering they're playing a retake so often, they're making it too easy for Rare Adam to play the... Yeah, they never had a rubble control or info, and they also never had a good A retake going. So, yeah, it didn't look great there. And it was still really close. Last time Rare Adam played Sunset, they put in their sub Spitfire. Oh, interesting. Ooh.
他们最想要做的事情就是利用自己的先班先选，把这张图一直接拿下来，把这个大比分先1-0刻在自己的手上。是，但感觉最近其实
Rare Atom Doubters Rip Bozo
这个状态在第3幕有一些慢热的情况。是。
Some of these highlights are spectacular, though. There's just so many straight aim duels happening. You watch these highlights, and so many of them are just like aim duels. People pushing through smokes and stuff. Or just swinging an angle. Or slowly taking control of an area, but without utility. Why does your voice sound funny? Because I've just woken up, probably.
阶段就被对面扼杀在摇篮里边，这个对于他来说是不能接受的一件事情。是的，而对于 RA 来说，我觉得他们其实很难能可贵，最难能可贵就是他们被对手以一些难以想象的方式。
I'll turn the volume up to 75% for you. But that's as far as I'm going.
最后他们还是在加时里面打的跟他们的常规的每一分一样平稳，这是一件非常了不起的事情。是的，就其实 EDG 他们也是中期有一波追分，但是还是回归到一个点，就是
Yeah, so next map coming up is Sunset. I'm interested to see what they do on that map. Last time they had Kang Kang playing Cypher. So I didn't watch that game. So if they do that again, it'll be my first time watching it. I would assume that they have Kang Kang playing Cypher because Kang Kang on the attack side was playing pretty heavy lurker when he was playing Chamber. So maybe they just want him doing the same thing. And Cypher's a fantastic lurk agent. You play a lot of 4-1 on your attack side. You actually play quite a lot of 4-1 on your defense side as well sometimes. Or like 3-1-1 on defense. Or 1-1-3, I suppose.
Yeah, sure.
Hey.
This team communicates in English?
Wait, I can, wait.
This team communicates in English? I mean, I guess, what did I think they communicated in? Because they have Korean and Chinese players, but I thought it would be a mixture of the two languages like it was for the Overwatch League teams that had Korean and Chinese players. I know they have two Korean players, chat, but in Overwatch League, they did not do it primarily in English. They had some, like, mixture of the two languages. I don't know why that's blown my mind, because really, I don't suppose that is that strange for a team that has a mixed roster like that. And I knew that FPX did that, but I just didn't know that Rare Atom did. Yeah. Huh. Well, that is very interesting. That's just even more... That's kind of even more confusing, though, for what they're going to do next year. If Yeoman is IGLing in English, does it make sense to... If Rare Atom changed their roster, if Rare Atom made partnership, and they... Or won Ascension, and they had to change one of their players, so they guaranteed have 4 Chinese players... Does it make sense for Yeoman to... I mean, even if Stu is in there, they're going to be talking in English, though. And then it's even more difficult to be able to get... If they kept Stu, they'd have to find an IGL that was happy IGLing in English. Presumably. Making some assumptions about Stu's knowledge of Mandarin, but I think it's relatively safe assumption. And if they keep Yeoman, they could find another... Chinese duelist, but then they'd have to be comfortable within the English-speaking system. So, yeah, they are in a bit of a quandary next year, aren't they? They're in a bit of a quandary. FPX come in Chinese because Autumn studied in China and speaks Mandarin. Wait, really? Even though Berlin speaks very good English... They come in Chinese? See, that is the opposite way around to what I expected. I thought FPX would be the team speaking English and Rare Atom would be the team speaking Chinese. On recent FPX VODs, they still come in English when Autumn speaks. They also do Mandarin when Autumn isn't speaking. Okay, that is what I would assume They do. Yeah, that's how I would have assumed it worked, Rast. But he does speak Mandarin as well. Okay. Oh yeah, how did the meeting go last night? Okay, so let me explain to you how this system works, shall I? So while we've got a little break, there was a lot of confusion on Plat Chat, and I think there's confusion generally about how this system works. So let's talk through how the system works, because I've got it from the source. So the biggest confusion in my head comes from the fact that these are the standings, right, in China, and these are the standings to get into Ascension. But like 10 of these teams are not going to be in Ascension because they're going to be in partnerships, and we don't know who that is. So I was just really confused. What happens with those teams? Like, what happens with the rosters? Are they allowed to change their rosters? Isn't Ascension just going to be absolutely boomed? So the way that it works is that there is a roster lock for all teams, even the teams that are getting accepted into partnerships. There is a full roster lock in China on December 1st, right? You can't make any roster moves after that until Ascension finishes. So during the period of Ascension, from December 1st until when Ascension finishes, there is a full roster lock across the entirety of China. None of the teams, even the teams in partnership, are allowed to change their rosters. And at that point, then at some point in early December, the Chinese partnership teams are going to be announced. So again, I've never seen that news anywhere, but that's what I was told in this meeting last night, that in early December, the teams being involved in the Chinese VCT, the Chinese partnership, are going to get announced. So that's not long, guys. We're at the end of November right now. That's like a couple of weeks' time, 2-3 weeks' time. We're going to know who all of the Chinese partnership teams are. And basically the way it's going to work is, let's say that EDG makes partnership, and let's say, FPX makes partnership, these teams make... I'm just going to cross out 10 random teams, right? Literally 10 random teams at various different points in the bracket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can't be bothered scrolling. 8, 9, 10. Let's go 10. Okay. I'm just trying to leave some gaps in it. Right, so let's say all of these teams, X equals they made VCT. Okay. Now, I'm obviously not crossing out the teams that made it. I haven't been told who made it. I'm just using this as an example. So what would happen is these other teams would then be participating in Ascension. If they change their roster between now and December 1st, their points would get adjusted. But let's assume none of them changed their roster. Then Ascension would be, Rare Atom, Billy, and it would be the next 10 teams would play in Ascension. So the teams that make partnership just make partnership, and the teams that don't are in here. So they're all competing in the same tournament right now because none of them exactly know who is in partnership. But for 10 of the teams in China, this tournament and the entire year of games are going to be useless. So, for teams that seem really likely to make partnership, the big organizations like EDG or like your FPX or your Billy or, stuff like that, even though they're doing really well, it feels somewhat useless. Now, they don't know whether or not they're in partnerships yet, and the players certainly don't know. But these organizations, if they've been competing all year for these points to make it into Ascension, they've just been somewhat wasting their time because they've just got straight into VCT anyway. But these games do matter right now because the teams don't know yet who is in partnership. So these matches... Well, actually, these matches for EDG don't matter at all because they're so far ahead in terms of the points, right? I mean, none of these games matter for EDG because they have twice the amount of points as everybody else. But these games really do matter for other teams, for seeding purposes, for stuff like that. And who else is in there? Trace. Where is Trace? Yeah, Trace and FPX are both pretty high as well, actually. But yeah. These games are to qualify you for Ascension. Holy fuck, the game's begun already. What is this efficiency? I was expecting we would have a large gap between now and the next game, but all right. We're already kicking it off. So yeah, that's how that stuff works. They also have I had a big question about like, are players who are outside of China but are currently in the Chinese circuit but are like, you know, the weird political stuff. I say weird, that's an understatement, isn't it? Between like China and Taiwan currently, there's a ton of Taiwanese players that play within the Chinese circuit right now as well, and they will be allowed to play within the Chinese scene if they wish to. So you don't have to worry about all of the, you know, other Taiwanese players like Yichin and Berlin and all of those guys. They will be allowed to participate if they want to declare themselves as Chinese players. Yeah, they're counted as like domestic. They're not counted as imports. But they have to say that they are... They have to say that they declare themselves as a player in the Chinese VCT circuit this year, or I believe they're just locked out. So it does work a little differently to the dual residency stuff. That's what I was told last night. Okay, let's focus on this map though. So we still have Kong playing Cypher. I know that we're missing the pistol round currently, but I'll catch up. Don't worry about it. So we have Kong playing Cypher. We've got, oh my god, we've got a Sova on the other side of things for Viva. That's interesting. But other than that, we've got pretty simple compositions on both sides. So let's have a look. So I'm expecting to see Kong doing a lot of lurking on this attack side. He's going to camp for mid control at the beginning here. Yihao is holding a paranoia over towards A. We've got a different Viper setup being used right now as well. A Viper wall that goes across like that. So this allows you to put the Viper wall up and cross into this direction, but it doesn't seem to me as good as the other Viper wall that we were looking at, or as good as the guard Viper wall that goes like this. But okay, we'll see how Chishu uses it. Sova shock for the Cypher trips? Yeah, that really could be meta defining. The Cypher just makes it almost impossible to push B unless you have, you know, a blast pack or a shock dart or something like that to deal with it. So their way of dealing with the left side here is just to drop the wall. So that seems like a decent way of doing that as well. It's very difficult to hold any kind of exposed position on the side of the double box because you're facing into a Viper wall that people could be stood at any position behind. It's difficult to get a good crosshair placement there. I like this Viper wall as well that Martin is throwing. Ooh, and Yihao swings through the wall. A bold play, but it gets results. And they just try and go through the Viper wall because there's only 10 seconds left. And they get whacked. I like that Viper setup from Martin. I'm going to be stealing that. The previous one that I've been using when I play B is the one that Vanity was using that goes like this. Well, it doesn't go exactly like that, but it goes somewhat like that. But that's not to defend elbow heavily. But this little choke point in elbow is actually really nice to defend if you have, yeah, snake bites to be able to use and stuff. I like this Viper wall. Look at the Sova drone that Eco showed against EDG. I'm already behind Ishiki, but I will do in the next break. Alright, Stu gets a kill. They're going to try and walk up mid here. Oh, Stu getting up to the showstopper would be a bit of a problem for them too. Well, get a little martial ace. Get that one for the confidence. Oh, so now we've gone back to the other Viper wall that they were using. So this is just Shishu's kind of standard Viper setup. Cam over here to allow an aggressive lurk from Kong. He is deep without any smokes assistance. Ah, is this the drone that you're talking about? Holy fuck. What the hell? Wow. Yeah, that's a wild one. Really making use of that sloped roof there. The thing is, though, even with that drone, because it only goes vertically and it doesn't actually go horizontally, there's a lot of places you can still hide from it. You could hide from it if you were close to the wall. You could hide from it if you were a pillar. Hide from it if you tuck tiles. It looks insane, but there's still plenty of ways of denying info from it. Alright. They Prowler in. Need to try and push this player back. But nobody's watching the top of the box. This is where the Omen really looks like it struggles on this map. Oh, body shot as well landed from Stu, I think. Onto Haodong. I mean, this is just over. This is just a save round. Oh my god. Ah, you can't really hear or see the drone? I suppose it is coming from pretty far away. Oh, Haodong's gonna die. There goes one of the rifles. Okay. Oh my god, we're still not caught up with live. Here it goes. So, EDG have bad weaponry. Where is that going? You should have shocked that. Where is that? Oh, that breaks the trip on the other side. Yo! Goated setup from Viva. And he throws out the drone as well to put pressure on the mid players. Stu's ready to push, but he has a judge. Why have you decided to go for the push round when you're on an anti-eco and you have a judge? Alright, well, I guess they use Showstopper as well. To be honest, this is all good for EDG. They were going to lose this round anyway. Oh, God. This is really good for EDG. They just left Martin, abandoned him in that position. And Stu is weak. Stu dies to a single Vandal bullet. They've given away another Vandal off Martin's body. Whoa, Rare Adam had some nice ideas in this round, but just badly timed. And a catastrophe leaving Martin there to just die. Oh, what is that from Smoggy? How is that a headshot on Stu? Okay, now all three of them have Vandals. Not good positioning, though. Viva, if he swings, might be able to find something, but he's got to be worried about elbow. I've never really thought about jump spotting there. A lot of damage when Smoggy's weak. Or it could have been a lot of damage. It actually wasn't, but it could have been. The positioning here, though, is just garbage. They know that Smoggy's still in that corner. Ah, the positioning is just so bad. The post-plan positioning there was so bad. They needed to get out of that corner, man. They planted in a bad spot. They played in bad spots. I mean, that is a throw of a round from EDG in the post-plan. That is silly. But, to be honest, Stu was weak enough that he would have died anyway to a single body shot. But yeah, this is horrendous post-plan positioning. The shock dart was also shown by Eco? Oh, right. Everyone's just stealing Eco's tech, are they? Or maybe Eco was just the first to use it. That is sometimes the case as well. Everybody knows some kind of setup, and then, because it, I don't know, gets used in ranked or something. Stu is walking into this smoke. Okay, so I think Kankan heard Stu leave, and heard the market door close. EDG again spending the first 30 seconds of the round just getting this level of control. Are they going to try and walk in here? I mean, they have a cam as well, but at the moment, Yeoman isn't in the cam. Oh, now he is. Okay, cam gets broken. Do they think it's only the cam covering this? They're going to cam, but it's not going to see Viva. Viva walks underneath it, but Chishu goes for the wide swing. Oh, good reaction from Chishu. He decided to react with his movement instead of his aim there. Perfect decision. Alright. Ult, that's going to catch Yihao. Good work going 1-for-1 there, actually. Both of these players. But it's still not very good. Rare Adam. Yeah, don't plant it in that shit corner, please, nobody. Nobody was about to plant in the god-awful spot again. Why do I feel like Kankang's going to toss this? What is this positioning, man? This is... Okay, now this is better. Oh, what is he doing, bro?
2打2的残局，而且滑车群又可以找对手的位置。滑车群又是少数他们能够拿信息的技能，踩雷飞剑给的是应该是相后。看一下 Nobody 什么时候
Can we go to post plant school, please?
这波滑车群又报了一个错误的信息。
It is planted for these guys.
没有机会了，后脑勺。
And the haunt is good here.
They're
They're gonna try and spam the box, or one of them spams while one of them swings. Okay. I still don't think that's the best position to plant in, but at least it wasn't tucked in the back corner. Yeah, this fight, there was just absolutely no need for Kankan to try and take a fight around there at all. Just playing elbow, playing in the, like... I'm going to call this spot default. I don't know what people call it, but that to me is the default spot. But yeah, playing default with somebody else peeking like this and somebody playing here would have been fine. Alright, so now nobody has Fade Ultimate. Are they going to try something with that over towards B? They actually don't have the broken trip set up. Maybe that's not going to be meta at all in pro play just because it's so predictable and it gets broken with the blast pack. We'll see if Smoggy even uses one though. Nope, uses nade at the beginning. This kill trip though is set up for market and nobody's playing market. Ooh, the fake Omen ult from Yihao, just to cancel the sight hit. So he stays on A, but it disincentivizes EDG from actually hitting the site. Drone doesn't really get very much info there at all. You'd really like the drone to tell you whether or not it's going to be a re-hit. This recon looks disgusting, really difficult for EDG to break when they exec. And they're likely to... That's going to break the trip, isn't it? Yes, it breaks the trip. But there was no one... Oh, yeah, actually, Yeoman had repositioned to try and play off that. Smoggy dies. Nice angle from Yeoman. From Viva, sorry. Wow. Big kill from Nobody. Nobody doesn't even realize where Yeoman is. EDG are not watching smokes for people pushing out of them. This was happening on Lotus to them as well. Rare Adam just keeps swinging through the smokes, disrespecting it, and EDG are... I feel like EDG are expecting people to respect them. But yeah, they already used... I don't know why Smoggy naded back sight, you know, 30 seconds earlier, instead of saving his nade for the exec. I would think that using the blast pack early in the round is better because you get rid of the trip, and then even if you reset, you continue to apply B pressure. The nade doesn't really do anything if they stop the hit from coming through. So you want to be blast packing first and then you nade. Alright, here comes the drone again. Yeah, it really looks like the mid players can't tell it's coming. Because Kankang reacted to that quite late.
进攻方现在其实希望有人来中路对线，但是优曼是选了一个非常保守的位置对枪，他并不会被补到。穿掉了 Smoggy， 而且有一个战术监控去帮他。
Alright, so Trip gets broken over towards B.
但也是因为前面有单向烟，对面选择跳出，非常漂亮的处理。
They double jump peek through the one way. Holy shit! That actually looked clean. That looked clean. What the hell? I don't think I've ever seen a team do that. What a weird way of breaking a one way. Grashnin, thank you for the 34 months.
他连跳 pick 都不太好做。Still 有一个可能会跟康康一个脸贴脸的机会，脸对脸的机会，看一下正面。Still 其实第一时间没反应过来，飞将第二枪擦中一发板子。那其实 Still 这也是一枪倒的状态，在另外一边浩东一个大拉。但是另外一头 Nobody 带着队友。
Nobody's making this round work though. He broke the trip at the beginning. Now he's got a big kill on sight. Can Chishu finish this? Okay, last round Yeoman swung through market. Oh, the cam doesn't quite see... Oh, yes it does. Alright, so now Nobody would really like to reposition. Good smoke as well to allow him to do that. They've lost B main control. This could be devastating for them. Yep, it is devastating for them. Shishu tried. What the fuck? Stu missed his ult. Okay, doesn't hurt them in the end anyway. So the paranoia came through, and Shishu tried to put up his orb so that he would be able to survive from Boba, but the Viper orb just takes a bit too long to put up, so he ended up dying. Is this an elimination match? No, this is an upper finals, so both teams still have a life. They would have to play against the winner of Trace against FPX. And both of those teams are very good. FPX have upgraded their roster, Trace have come out of nowhere and have some of the best performing players in the tournament. Fengf, I'm sure that's not how you pronounce his name, but is kind of popping off. It's pronounced Feng Feng. Ah, okay. Would never get that by reading it. Or at least I wouldn't, obviously. The Chinese audience probably would. Wow. They've done that twice now then. They've done that on an anti-eco, and now they've done it in this round. Push Stu really aggressively out of there. They didn't combine it, however, with the shock dart. Oh, I guess they did actually, because Viva's lost a shock dart. But the trip is in a different position, so it didn't get caught. But Stu jumped over it anyway. Nobody trying to get aggressive on B and break the trip. Smoggy gets caught. Oh, gets Sova ulted off the trip. Wow, they have so many nice setups with the Sova. They're really making it look like Sova could become meta on this map just because Cypher's so good. EDG is struggling to know what to do against this. The funny thing is as well, if you think to the other kind of comps that people can play on this map, if you were playing like the Sentinels kind of comp on this map right now, you could just be hammering A hits over and over and over again. Because you have enormous exec potential with the Breach and the Fade. But because they're trying to play a slower paced map, they're getting countered by the Cypher and the Sova. I think the slow pace is a good way of playing this map, but they would be much better off with an exec comp, as it turns out, in this matchup. Wow, that recon dart, what does that even see? What the fuck are they doing? I mean, it's an eco round, but what is that? Why is Smoggy just running into sight while the rest of his team goes elbow? This feels just like tilt. They've got into sight, so what does the retake look like from Rare Atom? Against the Viper ult as well. So drone's already been used here, and recon, but recon's going to come back online in about 10. Oh, they catch Yoma. And Haodong hears both of these players. Oh, he's going to get caught by Martin. Oh. Good awareness from Martin. There's the recon, but they choose not to use recon into the pit. I think that's a bit of a mistake from Viva, because now they're going to struggle to... Oh, wow, they did actually catch Kankai, and then they just jump into it with a shorty. All right, fair enough. They had enough players on all sides of the pit that the spam worked. I mean, the spam didn't really work there, did it? Kang decided to swing out of the pit. And he's swinging into a player that isn't spraying the pit. He's swinging into a player that's tapping into the pit. He's just... Sometimes he's just a bit over-aggressive for his own good, isn't he? EDG just don't seem to get the hang out of Sunset. To be honest, I feel like they... I don't think anyone's got the full read on Sunset yet. And there's a lot of different ideas going on at the moment. You know, some teams are running big breach, util, dump comps. Some teams are running very slow cipher-based comps with the Viper and the Omen or whatever Viper Harbor. And then you've also got the Sova to worry about. I guess they have played against the Sova before though, right? If they've played against Eco playing it. I didn't watch that game, but yeah. No, the Kankang Sentinel does not look like it's cooking. It doesn't look natural. Yeah, Astra is pretty decent on this map, King of Cupcakes, but I think it still suffers from some of the same stuff that Omen suffers from, which is the small smokes and being able to look over the top of them a lot. EDG with rifles gonna try and make a play happen over towards mid. So there's been a trip here, there's sometimes been a cam here, and there's been a player here. The player has always been holding from where Yihao currently is. Okay, they catch Viva on the other side. They're going to insert Kankang and leave. So Kankang should be favored if he just holds, but he can't hold because he's so aggro. So he just walks forwards. Yeah, there's an element of a good idea, but the execution is not there. They only need to change a small thing for that round to work. So if instead the EDG guys had left mid, they'd inserted Kankang, and Kankang just waits for somebody to re-clear that, Kankang is going to get a kill. He can use his cage to try and get himself out. All he has to do is be patient, and instead he walked forwards, already pre-aiming market, anticipating Rare Adam to not be anywhere near. And then the other EDG players can leave mid and go and be pressure in a different area so that if Kankang gets overwhelmed by multiple players, they can react to that information. Because they're in a 5v4, right? So if Kankang gets pressured by 2 players, now there's only 2 players elsewhere on the map and they're actually in position to capitalize. Whereas instead, they hung around for too long and Kankang was impatient. Who's Rare Adam's IGL? It is Yeoman. I feel like having Smoggy play the Sentinel, I would also be completely fine too. I don't know. Maybe the Nobody Viper would be okay. Oh my God, that little pre-fire from Yeoman. Wow, they are crushing them. Absolutely crushing them. Yeoman just looks like he has the read on how they're going to break his setups and when they're going to peek and everything. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Ishiki, but I think that Smoggy has played a lot of Sentinel, and getting Smoggy to play Viper for them would be useful even on Lotus. Like, I don't think nobody playing Viper on Lotus makes too much sense either. I think you want to put nobody on the fade. In my opinion, I think their roles become a little difficult on double smokes maps. Or rather, double smokes maps where you also want to play a Sentinel. I think Smoggy has to be the flex player there. Again, they're not anticipating somebody being on top of this box. Wow, they're getting completely owned. It just looks so simple. The recon dart is also such a pain in the ass to deal with when you're trying to go for an exec like that. EDG do look like they're running it down at this point. After about 4 rounds, 5 rounds, no, maybe it was more than 5. I don't know. At some point in the middle of that half, it felt like they got tilted and just gave up. Yeah, this is an absolute stomp. But it's because EDG... It's because Rare Adam have far more ideas of what they want to do on the defense side, and EDG are not bringing any good ideas to the table. When, can we name a single round where EDG looked like they had a good game plan? And, well, I mean, I guess good game plans is a little reductive because it also comes down to how they execute on it, right? Like, some of their ideas of, oh, let's go for a fast A, they could have worked if they'd been more aware of the threats on the other side. People hiding on boxes, recons coming through, like the way that people were going to swing through smokes, that kind of thing. So, it's not that they've been completely lacking the ideas, but there's just been so much sloppiness in the execution of the good ideas, and then they've had a lot of rounds where they just look like they're making bad judgment calls. Yeah, exactly. Like, the insert Kangkang round seemed like a good plan, it just wasn't well executed, which is why I changed what I said from good game plan to, like, a combo of good game plan and good execution, because some of the ideas have been okay. But Rare Atom have had far more, like, a quantity of ideas that they've brought to the table here. The Sova has had a lot of different synergies with other people. They've had the shock dart for Stu to push over towards the B side whenever Stu's had a showstopper. They've had the Sova ult off the trap contact in market. They've had a couple of different Cypher setups over towards B. They have a Viper setup that looks really good over towards A as well, where they're controlling elbow with the wall and the snake bites. So, yeah, they've just had more plentiful good ideas here, Rare Atom. We'll see whether that carries on to their attack half. So I think this wall is a worse version of what Martin was doing, the one that Chishu is currently going for. Or maybe... No, it looks... I think it looks worse. I don't know. It might not make too much difference, actually. So they're going to smoke to fake like they're walking in. They break the cam, but the smoke isn't good. It has a gap on the left side, so nobody knows that they're not walking in. Hadong and Chishu are going to repush because they heard a bunch of stuff over in B main. So they set up a crossfire, but this crossfire isn't really very effective against the Viper setup. They broke both the trips. Oh no, they didn't break the trip, sorry. Kangkang pulled the trip back and repositioned it. That's interesting. So Kangkang pulled the trip back and now he's put down the busted B main trip. Oh, but he placed it too low, so he got jumped. Brother. Yihao is so weak. And the time is so low. Oh my god. These aren't really off-season tournaments, though, for China. China doesn't have an off-season because they're gearing up for their real season, their first one. So these games are serious. Well, I guess they're not that serious for EDG because they have so many more points than everybody else. But the entire like tournament circuit is very serious. Yeah, it's like a 1 year long preseason. Well, actually, preseason indicates that it's not that serious, to be honest, because most preseasons don't really mean anything. Good reaction on the recon dart. Wow, and Stu absolutely rinses him. Smoggy gave away his positioning and got blast packed on with a shorty. And they anticipate the re-clear from nobody. Excellent gameplay by Stu. These new players to the Chinese scene, Stu, Autumn, Yeoman, like the imports have just been so good at the top of the scene. Korea need to get Stu back. I mean, they're gonna have to get one of Stu or Yeoman back next year, right? But it might be too late for either of them to get picked up. I mean, they knew that they didn't have control of that area, and Kankan is just sat inside his cam. It's a tragedy. It's very, very Jova, chat. Very Jova. Get the ace! Stu, get the ace! Yo! Stu got one ace on an anti-eco, and he got one ace on an eco. Just doing it on both sides. Completely opposite. Kankan looks completely lost there. I mean, also, what is that?
，RA 拥有10次可以终结比赛的机会，甚至比莲花古城的次数还要多。是。
What are they doing here? Just fighting mid? Desperation times for EDG. It's a good shot. That's another good shot. EDG have just decided, we aim better than these guys, let's run at them. But as it turns out, if you just are patient, you can hold very good defensive positions. But you still die. Okay. I feel like the rest of this map is not even necessarily worth talking through. At some point here, Rare Adam are just going to win a round, even if EDG pull off a little bit of a fake comeback. Having said that, though, wasn't it on Sunset where we saw some kind of 10-2 comeback from G2 and Sentinels? These comps do look defense-sided, but I think the Sova shock darts should put tons of pressure on Kankan. Yeah, 10-2 is quite different to 12-2. You're right. You're right. But it actually wouldn't have made a difference in that situation because G2 didn't win a single round, did they? Or did they win one?
点里面球球不能轻易给动你，但这个神文已经暴露了我在点里面这个球，球球也知道对面吸完点之后，现在看一眼 tap 知道对面完以后已经好了。
I can't remember actually.
做了一个准备往后溜的位置，但说实话那个位置好。
How many chances? I'm so lost. I don't think I need to tell you, do I?
他很有可能是溜不掉的。
We don't need to start counting backwards from 9 at this point.
这样直接进
神文暴露的位置，两个侧身，暂时 smoke 收完了，完以后反手给出来，完以后轰出来打了一个残血，
Oh my god.
踩来对面，李法能活吗？好像活下来了。 赛博囚笼弹回去，康康在对面的赛博囚笼面上，最后是跟浩东各杀一个，这一分是逐渐稳了下来。
This has ended up being a very clean round for EDG, despite it not looking clean at all. I mean, the smoke that Shishu puts up and then decides to drop. Shishu and Smoggy are both just no idea where they should put their crosshair, but I guess neither did the attackers really. But Smoggy managed to kill them both, and then Haldon managed to kill the players trying to come out through the other side. So.
虽然下一分他也没有办法给队友发，但是尤曼自己应该有可能能起到，看一下他下一分他的经济吧。对于 RA 来说，现在的问题又变成了，其实跟联航古城有点类似，终结比赛的能力。对。
EDG said count? No, we don't need to count. We literally don't need to count. Rare Adam are winning this game. No counting required. Put away the abacus, chat. Put away the abacus. Nice spray control. This position is getting way too much value.
是，而且明显感觉到 RA 这波进攻协同其实没有做好。对，而这边 Van Analysis 也是直接把暂停叫了出来。
Alright guys, so they had 9 chances, down to 8. Take a look at the economy. These 3 players can't buy for the next, so this round's worth 2. That's what we say, chat, isn't it? These rounds are worth 2. Is that making you all feel more at home? It was actually 10 chances? Shut the fuck up. I'm not keeping track. Have you seen a Roman abacus? Too much fun to be put down? No, I have not seen a Roman abacus. Sliggy would never say shut the fuck up. No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't. All right, chat, calm it down. Something like that, wouldn't it? All right. We really haven't seen Viva put pressure with his shock darts onto the Cypher setup at any point. So now Kangkang's moved his way over to A as well. So they have a trip here, Cam with info in these spots. I'm not a big fan of this wall, but a lot of teams are doing it. I feel like there's definitely better ones. Paranoia really early here to take market control. This is so bold, sorry, not bald, from Stu. He's so deep. I mean, Stu has just cracked this open. He's absolutely owned it, chat. He's absolutely owned it. Nice try from Chishu. I don't think Haodong's going to be able to hold this back. Oh, he has. Fantastic anticipation of where that player was going to peek to avoid the paranoia. Wow. That was the duel right there. Decides whether the round goes in Rare Adam's way or not. They're going to pick up the ult using the Omen ult. Sorry, pick up the spike. And Haodong just goes for the repeak and kills Martin. All right, well, now he's fucked. I mean, he's just going to walk into Kangkang. Cleanest kill of Kangkang's career. Just ban Jolly Pyro. Is Jolly Pyro's the one that gifts subs with extremely horny names, isn't it? You are a crazy guy, Haodong. You are a crazy guy. All right, boss man. All right. That's like 90% of the chat, to be honest. Yeah, Vansili's done a lot of that too. So same Cypher setup, same defensive B setup as well. This paranoia and going through like this was way too easy for Stu to get done in the previous round. So they're combining this Viper wall with the Viper orb deep in B main. Which also means that the B part of the wall is not useful at all if the orb stays up the whole round. Bit more of a classic Viper setup, although the wall is a lot deeper than you would imagine it being. Paranoia here. Right, will we see them get value out of these trips from Kangkang? We've also got a mid lurk, which just got found. So they might try and flush this guy out. Paranoia gets caught. Yeah, nice. Okay, that was good from EDG. They used a lot of utility, though, including Prowler and Paranoia that they would want for retake. And they've just used Haunt right now, too. So they kind of need to play to stop this. Oh, that's so clean. Dude, Stu is really relying on his blast packs to be able to get into good positions. If you don't hit a shot like that, things get pretty scary because you have to worry about getting swung from multiple sides. That's quite bold to try and deny the plant in that situation because you have to expose yourself to the elbow player. But they used the smoke against them. Alright, you see, this is... How deep does it have to get before we believe in the comeback? I would say it has to get to 12-10 before I believe, to be honest with you. 10 chances, down to 6. That is bizarre. Why has Yihao thrown this as a one-way? This is an attacking smoke. So that they can't peek from the left side? Isn't that what the entirety of the Viper setup is to control? Why is that smoke necessary? Wow. Haodong kills Stu. What are you doing, Kangkang? Please don't fight this, bro. Please don't re-swing. What are you doing? Why are you throwing? Why did we engage the feed drive to warp speed for a moment? What was the reason? We were in a 5v4 and you guys just decided to play in front of your setup. Hello. Oh. Apparently the people in the street can hear me molding about EDG. What was that round though, chat? What are they doing? They deserve to lose this. I mean, that is one of the largest tossed rounds I've seen in a hot moment. What was that? Okay. That is a heinous round to top off a heinous map from EDG. What is this? One chance. That is, dude, what has he done? What a mangling of the number one. What an absolute mangling of the number one there. I mean, this was appalling. This final round was appalling. But also, yeah, EDG didn't look like they had the same level of coordinated aggression on their defense. They didn't look like they had the same interesting, unique ideas that the Silver had added on the defensive side. Having said that, wasn't that impressed with how Rare Adam played the attack side either. Obviously, it took them a long time to be able to get that round. Hello. You okay? Wow. No, I wouldn't like a cup of coffee. I don't drink coffee. I never have drunk coffee the whole time I've been with you, but thank you for the offer. No, I wouldn't like to try now. Did my dad come in or is he off? Did my dad leave? Okay, cool. Okie dokie.
而且对于 EDG 来说，调整的时间不会特别多，因为明天他们就要去面对一场比武，他们面对的将会是下半区那两支队伍的胜者。对，总的来说，对于 EDG 而言，这个
Yeah. Some stew propaganda. Wait, I'm down for some stew propaganda. What is this? Monkey meatloaf. Okay. What is are they playing on the Chinese servers here? A stack of 1 Indonesian and 2 Korean players.
Where are you from? You're Korea? Me? 我中国人，中国人。我真的我是中国人。
Why is Zeta's just singing in Chinese?
미안해, 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 미안해.
What, sorry? What? Yeah, he's just singing randomly. Like, I mean, I'm not sure that that's stew propaganda. That's just an absolutely bizarre segment from them. I don't know, just having some odd interactions. Yeah, I am streaming. Yeah, no, I'm streaming. Because there was a tournament to co-stream, so I woke up to co-stream it. I woke up as you were leaving, actually, at 9:30. I heard you leave I heard you close the door, and I was like, oh, it's all right.
I didn't expect you to be awake.
Yeah, that makes sense.
今天拿下这场13-6的大胜。是的，就像其实我觉得一直以来，这个比赛系列赛叫进化者，对于每支队伍来说，他们都在进化。而 RA 他们进化的特点就是他们战胜了 EDG。那看一下整体的队伍。
I obviously haven't watched a ton of EDG play recently because I haven't been watching all of these games, but man, these compositions look dodgy as hell. Like dodgy. You look at the maps that they've lost recently, and they've just had questionable compositions. So I think this comp is still questionable from them, the one that they run on Lotus. I don't understand why Smoggy's playing Fade. I feel like it would make way more sense for nobody to be playing the Fade. Like, if nobody played Fade, and then they had Smoggy, this is going to get so confusing. Smoggy playing the Killjoy, and then they had Shishu playing the Viper. So, like, this kind of setup is what I would prefer. But, yeah, they're not doing that. Yeah. Don't know. And then, on top of that, there's Sunset recent composition too. I mean, Kangkang's Cypher just doesn't look like it's cooking. He was lacking a bit of awareness in terms of how he was anchoring. He's not an anchor player. The lurks were questionable, right? He was either playing really quick on the lurk, which it doesn't really benefit you when you're playing Cypher, or he was getting inserted and then playing too aggressively without enough patience, or he just wasn't able to get any value on the lurk either. But part of that might be because his team's execs weren't working. Don't know. I would much rather see him playing. I think you can run double duelist on this map as well. I know there aren't a lot of teams running it, but I think the meta is unsolved as yet on Sunset. There's a lot of teams running the double smokes, but there's also some teams finding success running double duelist, and there's some teams finding success running double initiator. So I don't think double smokes is going to be the meta when Cypher is so good. Because to me the Cypher, like when you play as slowly with the double smokes, if you also then have to run around the map breaking the Cypher utility before you can exec, you're just going to end up execing every round with like 10 seconds left on the clock. And I think you're going to lose way too much. I think against the Cypher, obviously you don't want to be playing rush straight into the trips, but you need a comp that can take fast map control so that you can then break the trips in the first 40 seconds and then go for a re-hit. You want a kind of composition that has good refreshable utility for map control so that you can get close to the trips, break them, and then reset and go for a site exec. And that to me says double initiator or double duelist. Probably double initiator. Like, the more that I watch this map and the current meta with Cypher, the more I'm inclined to put people towards the Sentinels comp with the Breach and the Fade. Now, we're not going to get a translation for these into English, are we? Which is unfortunate. Ah, Ryan wants to call. He hasn't messaged me on Discord or anything. I assume he would want to message on Discord. Or I could tell Ryan I can hop into the plat chat. I think he's in the plat chat server, isn't he? Wait, he might not be.
所以现在还是对于这张图在我们CN赛区还是比较有信心的，对不对？那么我们图2日落之城呢，一直是 EDG 非常有胜算的一张图，但是你们非常快速的找出破解的思路，并且呢也是破解了他们的战术体系，在防守方面有巨大的优势，是不是在赛前做了非常充足的准备？
是的，因为 EDG
Yeah, I'm gonna watch Trace play against FPX after this.
录像嘛，所以说我们也做了充足的准备去研
究。He is in it?
研究了很多，而且今天是不是把平时的研究的东西全部
Hello, Mr. Ryan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Okay.
I can. What do you think of that travesty of a performance?
It's just average EDG viewing.
Yeah.
At this point,
they do have to lose a game in order to then win in the finals. It's them.
It's always like the
powering
rematch too. Like they'll rematch again on Sunset and then just absolutely batter Rare Atom. That's just how it seems to be going nowadays.
Yeah. But there was so much room for improvement there. I mean, the way that they played that was so poor.
I think that's kind of been the story for EDG this tournament, though. It's just I think some teams have had much better ideas against them on various maps, but EDG just clutched them out because they're aim gods.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely feel like I'm watching them copy other teams rather than do anything interesting themselves. Like all of their comps, it's kind of hard to criticize the compositions a lot because the comps are all like very standard meta comps.
The usual, yeah.
Yeah, but the fact that they are very standard is, I mean, for starters, not what EDG used to do. But even if they are standard, they're not putting their own flavor on it. They're not coming up with anything new themselves. They're just playing the standard comps in the standard way and hoping that they just outperform their opponents instead of trying to come up with any different ideas. Or even, like, there are other teams doing interesting stuff, but they don't add the interesting ideas into their comp. I like the way that they approached Sunset at the beginning, where they had those crazy Haodong plays. At least that was different, but you can't do that after a while.
I think Sunset's kind of an awkward one, though, because at the very least, EDG were running something different with, like, the chamber and stuff like that. But I think it was a mix of, like, Trace had a really interesting comp to deal with that, like the Fade and the Gecko. Because if there's a VOD to catch, I think if Sunset's played between Trace and FPX, Autumn tried playing the chamber, they tried playing the EDG comp on FPX, and they just got destroyed because everything Trace had like put together was to deal with what EDG were doing, right? So when another team tries to do the same and does it worse, they just get ran over. But I also think that the Cypher buff has got them a little bit panicked, and so they've moved away from the chamber and put in the Cypher.
Yeah, definitely.
It just, the roles don't make sense. Like, you could literally take the proper like roles that they had on Lotus, copy it over to Sunset, have Kung Kung on the Raze, Smoggy on the Fade. You're just moving Shishu off of Killjoy to Cypher. But I think just because they've had to pivot so quickly, they're just like, oh, Kang's like, I'll just play the Cypher. That'll do. Like, I'd be very surprised if they kept doing it this way going into next year.
Surely they won't. I mean, the roles just don't make any sense. Even for the, I feel like for the next like match, they should change the roles up. Also, I'm looking at this game that you're talking about, Trace against FPX. What the hell is this FPX comp? They're running Harbor Viper, Sova KO Chamber.
It's
what the hell?
The
is
most
that?
recent one. I'm looking at Rare Atom, who were running the Sage before. Yeah,
that's bizarre.
It's an interesting one.
I mean,
I
the
like
Viper,
Trace's comp.
The Viper Harbor
is a little bit silly.
Yeah, I mean that's very similar to the. Oh, it's not that similar actually, but yeah, it's interesting one. I feel like the Breach is so good though. If you're going to run the double duelist, running the Fade Breach seems good to me. And also running a comp without a Cypher in it on Sunset when the Cypher just is so powerful. I feel like maybe eventually people will figure out how to play against the Cypher to the point where you won't get as much value. But at the moment when people haven't come up with all of those ideas, like abuse it while it's broken.
Yeah, and I wonder how many teams are going to move over to the Sova because of it as well. Like just shocked out in the chokes in like B main and stuff.
I thought that was what Viva was going to do, but Viva wasn't even doing that on the attack side. They also didn't win very many attack rounds, so that might be why.
I think it was the pistol where I think Kung Kung had a different. He didn't have a trip in the B main choke. It like went across the site.
Yeah,
and
he wasn't putting his trip at B main like pretty much any of the rounds.
Until I think it was like the pistol. They had that one still up. All of the shock darts and stuff came in to clear where a trip would have been, but it was cleared. Like there was nothing there. And then afterwards, Kung Kung puts like his second trip down in that spot.
Yes,
so
yeah.
It's kind of like when people move the alarm bot around the garage or B main and stuff like that, just to.
But that was also the round where he put the trip too low and then it got jumped over and he died.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tragedy.
Just the chaotic moments.
Yeah. Holy fuck, these casters are so photogenic. Yeah, you would never see this from us.
It's the fact it's Alan as well. Like Alan's like. He was doing like Overwatch contenders in China and stuff. Like he was the broadcast GG point of contact, I'm pretty sure, at a point too. And he's still just doing Valorant. Like I don't know how old he is. I wouldn't be able to even guess. I think he's been around a while.
I can tell you, I don't have that drip. I don't have that drip. I would drown.
I mean, I rely too much on the people at international events to make me look not like a complete neckbeard, so
yeah, reasonable.
I can't do that on my own. Alan's 31. I never would have guessed that. I feel like
What's
it's
up,
just been
Slim
around
Tree?
forever.
How you doing? Yeah, the streams have been going pretty well.
But
I've
what
been
kind of
doing mostly
questions,
variety
like,
stuff.
is there anything that you're wondering about, like, the China scene as a whole? I caught like a bit of your stream before when you were talking about how annoying it is to try and work out like the partnership teams from the Ascension ones. And
well, I literally had a meeting with a guy from Riot China last night so he was explaining how the system worked to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because he said that there was a content creator that reached out to me and was trying to help out, like trying to tell me how the scene worked, basically. A content creator from China. And they got some of the details wrong. So somebody from Riot China reached out and they were like, I'd just like to correct some of the misinformation. Make sure that you know exactly
what was
how
he
this
wrong
works."
about?
The content creator, she had told me that I don't know, just some vaguer stuff because they are not on the inside of exactly how it all works. But yeah, but yeah, they're going to be announcing the teams in early December for VCT in China.
Yeah. Oh,
which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean they kind of have to if Ascension's in December too, because I think that's mid-December.
Yeah. So they're announcing it like right before Ascension, and then there's a roster lock December 1st. So none of the teams in the entirety of China are allowed to make any roster changes after December 1st. So you might see like this week is the only time that you can change your roster heading into Ascension.
That's so awkward though. Like let's say like Rare Atom, because they have 2 Korean players, like they have to play for Ascension.
I think they would be allowed to.
Yo, man.
No, I think they would be allowed to play. I don't know this for a fact because I didn't ask about this, but I think they would be allowed to play in Ascension, and then they would have to make a roster change once they ascended. Because the import rules are different in Tier 2 and Tier 1, even in the other regions, aren't they? You can still play Ascension with multiple imports, I think. You just have to change it once you get into partnership.
Yeah. I can't think if there's been any examples of it, really.
No, I can't think of it either, but I'm pretty sure that is how the rule works. Well, can you think of any examples, chat, of where that's actually happened? Somebody's
Didn't
played in
Scars
Ascension
have 2 imports in Ascension? They had Jemkin and
Oh,
Crystal?
yeah. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, both of them left anyway.
Yeah, I saw that Crystal was tearing it up in the Chinese circuit.
Yeah, he was pretty like low in on the tournament. It was decent,
he only played like a couple of games, but he had like 400 ACS average. That's what I meant. I didn't watch the game. I just looked at the stats. Yeah,
there's some like really interesting like imports. Like Vukashi's been annihilating people on DRG. And it's funny because he was telling me that they call him in Chinese and then they just talk to him in English when they need him. And he's literally just stood on one side of the map on his own, sort of just anchoring on the site as a sentinel. But he'll still get 4 kills. But like he's enjoying it from the sounds of it, and he's learning Chinese. So, but for everybody else, it's like you've got a couple of Korean players on various rosters. You've got Diseased on LGD.
They really have made all of these casters look like pop stars.
Yeah.
They're gonna outdrip us insanely.
Who could actually pull off this though? Like on the English broadcasts. I'd love to see Tombiz in this because I know that he'd hate every second.
Yeah,
he just wants to wear a jumper. He just wants to wear a shirt.
Yeah, I don't think anybody could really. Ender, yeah, maybe Ender could. Yeah, for sure. Ender's got that drip. You know, Wyatt can pull off a lot, but on the left, that looks like Wyatt kind of would be able to, but I couldn't see Wyatt in the outfit on the right particularly.
On the right, yeah.
Wyatt's very drippy, but he's got his own style. He's not just like, dress him up in any generic pop star uniform.
I mean, it's
Wyatt,
more like
Yinsu,
the arm
Doug.
guards.
Yeah, I mean, Yinsu definitely can pull off some stylish outfits. Doug, I mean, seeing Doug in something, the arm guards and the leather, like fully buttoned up I would enjoy that a lot. I would enjoy that a lot. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, from what I know with like the rumored teams for partnership, like it was changing up until the last second. I think now it's like solidified on teams, but
Apparently, they haven't
well,
actually even done the internal thing yet. The guy that I was talking to at Riot China was saying that they're finalizing their internal decisions this week.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that they've left it this late.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the teams are gonna know before they get into Ascension, so.
Yeah, but I think it's even crazy that some of the teams don't even know now, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it's still. Yeah. Yeah.
Because you might be on like a fairly big org in China and just almost assume that you'd get in just based off the back of that.
Yeah.
But I mean, like NIP is a real question mark for me.
The thing is,
they're
though,
in the
because
LPL, but
yeah, but because it's VCT China, a lot of these organizations already have infrastructure in the center anyway. Like they're all. It's not like they're gonna have to scramble and fly their players to a hub city and that kind of stuff.
yeah, no visa issues, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. It feels a little simpler because it's a bit more homogeneously one country.
But
yeah, it is definitely
like how Riot
scrambled.
turned it around. Like how quickly they got the green light approval that China was gonna get the game this year.
Yeah.
To
It took them
league
3
next
years to
year.
get the approple.
Yeah, but as soon as they got the green light, just how quickly everything came together.
Yeah.
Because even for like lock-in, wasn't it that they had 40? I don't know if that was like preempted, but it seemed like they had like the 14 teams were like, oh, we're getting approved in China. We're adding two Chinese teams like instantly.
Yeah, I think they. I think they knew what the game plan was going to be as soon as the game got released. They already had the game plan ready. Yeah, EDG versus Rare Adam has already been done. Let me change the title, chat. Also, I need to. Every time I press my mute button in Discord, it goes to a different timestamp, which is pretty annoying. What is the current title?
Yeah, I can't think of
Trace versus FPX.
I think for like these teams, at the very least for this tournament, we've had a consistent 3 out of 4 teams in the top 4. Like it was this same top 4 in Act 1. FPX, Trace, Rare Atom, and EDG.
Yeah.
Last act, Attacking Soul made top 4 and FPX didn't.
Yeah.
And then obviously this act top 4 is the same as Act 1. So at the very least, there's been some consistency. There's been a couple of like upsets.
Well, this is the only time. This is the only time in Chinese Valorant where there has been a consistent top tier. I feel like every other time there's just been, like a mess at the top before EDG really pulled away from everybody, or it's just been EDG and then whoever else was playing well at that period of time. But now, it definitely feels like Trace and Rare Adam have come into their own. I'm expecting Trace to win this game, but I've been quite liking the way that what I've been seeing some of from FPX. They're just such a bizarre team. Some of the comps that they run, it just is extremely wacky.
For sure. Like, they look a lot better. Like, I think when they first added Autumn into the roster, they looked sort of shaky with bringing him in. Because I think he speaks some Chinese. Not like a huge amount.
He does. Fluent, but like... I think he studied in China. I think that's what my chat was saying.
Yeah.
But, yeah, people were saying that they were watching the VODs back of the comms stuff, and they were speaking quite a lot in English when Autumn was alive, and then they were speaking in Mandarin when Autumn was dead.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I probably had the same people saying, like, very similar to Sentinels with Pancada and Sassy. When they're alive, they'll just come in. But it's just them. They'll come in Portuguese.
Yeah, but as far as I understand, that Autumn does speak enough Mandarin to have some like decent understanding of what's going on. Now, I wish I knew what these stats were. What are these stats? That's probably headshot percentage. That's probably ADR. That's.
I wonder what the 4.4 is. It's not KDA, at least. That's at the bottom, but.
ACS, I assume.
Top one will be ACS,
yeah.
And then ADR,
but then
right?
what is 4.4? Don't know. No idea. No, I don't know what that's gonna be.
I mean, if it's kills per round, that'd be
first
crazy.
Kill to first death. There's no shot. 4.4 first kill to first death would be absolutely outrageous.
I mean, 5.5 is even crazier for fun.
Yeah, it would.
That's not.
Yeah. But it's the same 20% thing in the corner as well on the bottom left. I just don't know what these bottom left and bottom right ones are. What would it be?
Like clutch percentage, maybe. I think they have that as a percentage.
Oh, right. Yeah. Clutch percentage would make sense as the bottom left. It's just bottom right. I don't know what it is. Oh, multi-kill per map. Wait, that makes sense. Actually, first kill per map
That's an
also makes
interesting
sense.
stat.
But yeah.
The predictions are always fun because there's always one of them that goes like super based and just completely the opposite way of everybody else.
That's right. So what? It was multi-kill per map? Right. Yeah. I used to pull people's multi-kill stats a lot back in like 2020, 2021, but I haven't really been doing that because I don't think it's... I don't know. I don't feel like it's as...
Because so many of those could be
relevant or
against
interesting.
ecos.
Yeah,
or
it's just
clearing
like... I don't know whether it tells you very much. Like, is bigger number actually that much better? Isn't it just the same as kills? Like, if you have more than... I don't know. It just kind of tells you that somebody's getting a lot of their kills all in one go. Do you know what I mean? If you have one kill per round, you could be getting one kill literally every round, or you could be getting your kills in spurts. I don't know. It feels like a weird stat to actually get any meaningful analysis out of.
Yeah, multi-kills especially. I think... I can't remember what event it was. It was something fairly recently, but they tweeted out some, like, you know, top plays of the day. And the top play was somebody getting an ace against an eco. And it was just, you know, them spraying them down. And it's like...
I mean,
I can
Stu got
understand
an
how
ace
that came
today
to be.
with the Marshall on an eco.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm sure we'll see that in some highlight reels. But it was so unimpressive. It was just body shotting people with the Marshall.
I mean, the second ace he got was because he just basically played fucking gun game. He had
that was
shotty and
amazing.
a sheriff.
The second ace was amazing.
I mean, it's good to see Stu actually, like, because Stu obviously in Act 1 was just ripping people's heads off. Act 2, it started that way, and then it started to just get very quiet towards like the sort of latter games like these ones. And then, so he's just never really sort of showed up in the bigger games, it felt like. So him having a performance like that against EDG is like a breath of fresh air for him.
Yeah.
He wasn't doing the same as he was doing at the start of like this tournament, I guess.
Lysor.
What's weird is that some of these...
Good studio. I like this.
Yeah, I think it's the LPL one.
Oh, is it? Yeah, that would make sense.
I think so.
It definitely sounds
most-
like the exact same Riot voice that they used for Masters and stuff.
The phonetical thing. Like, I think most of these have been fairly, like, accurate as far as I could tell. But then Kong Kong's is, it just reads out the text. It doesn't say Kong Kong, it's like ZMJ. It's like, of all of the players, why would you not do it for Kong Kong there? It's just... I don't know how he prefers that.
The top left must be headshot. I think the literal translation of accurate defeat rate must mean like headshot kill rate or something. The bottom left super roughly translated to first strike rate.
Yeah, first kill, I think it is.
No, the bottom left can't be first kill percentage though, because it was only at 20% for both of these guys. So I think the bottom left must have been clutch percentage. I think it's just that the translate tools are trolling you guys.
Well, it's like, it wouldn't be like 20% of the team, it'd be 20% of the rounds that they play to get the first kill.
Oh, right, okay.
Like VLR's first kill, I think, is like that.
Right, I see what you mean. Yeah, that could be it. 0.2 first kill rate, yeah.
Maybe, yeah, also, yeah, YOU is YOU and not you. Which...
That's...
I don't know what it is about the,
trolling?
like, fucking chat. Yeah, I mean... You've got HFMI as well, that likes to troll. And you've got the player on Attacking Soul that was spelt like Y, like UCAR.
Yeah.
Like YUICAR. That's just YU. But like he used to be called YU. Like there was a player in China that was just called YU sort of thing. So I think he changed his name, but people still call him YU anyway.
Yeah, Yuko came to a Masters event though and said that it was fine to be called either U or Yuko or YU or something. I can't remember exactly what, but he did submit a pronunciation that was Yuko at some point.
Oh, okay.
But the players also change how they want their names to be pronounced, and they are trolls. The players are trolls.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. I also still think that the coach name of Val Analysis is amazing for Rare.
Yeah, that is very funny. Okay, chat, I need someone here to explain how VCT China works. Like, do EDG need to win to be in franchising next year? No.
Also, I'll say for this,
the teams that are getting into franchising, the teams getting into partnership are just
the
same process as all the rest of the world.
They're eng levels of timeouts. That they could go 7-0 up on a half, and as soon as they lose a round, he calls a timeout.
Yeah.
Like, he's a guy that just doesn't seem to fuck about, and it's great.
先拿下今天的比赛，后面的比赛还要遇到上 EDG， 对吧？都还有更多的一个挑战的路要去走。但是我觉得
I think we were looking at the veto, and it should probably be this. It's likely to be the same maps, I think, as the last time these two teams played. My FPX really like their Lotus with the Gecko. Has been going really well for them for the most part. Shaking in places, but recovered. And then Trace just happy to sort of play all sorts of different stuff. Trace don't seem to like mess about with the veto as much. They just ban out Breeze and keep things really simple.
Yeah, so the Evolution series does play into Ascension, Heisenberger. Basically, EDG are guaranteed to be in Ascension unless they already make it into partnership. So the 10 teams that make it into partnerships will just get not put into Ascension, and the other top 10 teams via points will get put into Ascension. So, roughly speaking, it should be about the top 20 teams, except that's not exactly how it's going to work, because there might be organizations that make it into partnerships that aren't in the top 20, right? Because, you know, people like EG or whatever, or I don't know, who were some other examples of people that made it into partnership that weren't in the top 20 of their respective region? There were definitely some examples.
Carmen, Koi,
lots of
EA.
Yeah, lots of EMEA teams that were in the top.
Yeah, these bans are fairly expected. This should be just Lotus. And then Trace. I can't remember what I had for Trace. I think it was Sunset. So we might see those like crazy comps again.
Yeah.
I mean, it went really well for them last time, but maybe
I'd like to see how they're playing. Oh yeah, Sunset. Let's go. All right, so I mean, the same maps as in the previous game as well.
Yeah. So I think it's probably the same. Like, yeah, FPX's Haven looked tragic yesterday. Trace. I said we'll probably ban out Split because they beat him on Ascent last time. But it is that FPX have looked a little bit better on Ascent. Actually, so they do switch it around. So they're trying to spice it up. I think for FPX, it's just we haven't seen them play Split since like Act 2 at least. And even then, I think it was like once. So I think it's just a comfy map for Trace and not necessarily for FPX.
Am I going to watch Talon and Full Sense while watching this game? No, absolutely not.
Is that happening at the moment?
I
knew that they were playing soon, but I didn't.
I'm gonna have a look on VLR. Yeah, they're playing in 20 minutes in the ESL Clash of Nations. It's such a funny Clash of Nations, man. What does this even mean? What is this tournament? What is this tournament? You just got Thai players playing against 2 Thai players and some other players, and it's like all Talon players playing against Talon players. It's so bizarre.
Yeah, some Pacific events haven't, because like Paper X played in something that was more of a show match, didn't it? It just run 5 duelists.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, oh, Paper X are playing.
Pacific teams troll so relentlessly in these kind of situations.
I wonder how much they'll troll in the Afrika thing.
It comes from the top, though. I mean, if Paper X and DRX don't take those show matches seriously, then nobody else does. So it just trickles down. Okay. The Neon Gecko comp on defense.
对的，那这样的话，第一张地图方 plus 自选图 T 在进攻方，我们一起来看一下手枪回合。
另外又是开局独木，让欧
Okay,
特
all right,
这个过点
sure
准备想要去完成过点的传射，被欧特反身的一发，哇，这灵性的混烟给他混掉了。
Trying to think of
看
like
到人了，小开这几枪效果并不是很好，而且
so for IGLs as well. I think it's Berlin versus Haby, which isn't too surprising. I think Berlin's the IGL of FPX.
Yeah, Berlin.
Sometimes
is
it feels
the
like they
IGL.
don't play with one at all, but
Yeah, that's true. But it is Berlin. Yeah.
哎呀，是个残。弗雷辛现在血量也不
I think there was a period as well where Berlin just... You know how Solcast used to be amazing on Astra on Fracture? Like just every time that they played it, he was like MVP. That's Berlin on this map on Astra. And when he plays badly, like FPX look a little bit lost.
再次把自己的防守阵线拉开了，这个也是霓虹的一个特色在。
是的，手枪拳还不太好去夹壁。慧眼知道这里有人，
拉眼，
拉眼好像没有限制到宝点后方的人员。这边的火拼，火箭秒掉一个，哇！远距离再次收掉欧特，这一下人数优势打了出来。
Yeah, FPX were trying to play pretty aggressively on other parts of the map there for info, but couldn't hold on when the A hit actually came through.
弗勒辛这是个残血，他需要去帮队友做吸引。
Could be winnable if Lysol hits some nice shots. I really feel like Lysol was a big add for this team.
Yeah, for sure.
Same with Autumn. I was impressed, but he's dead, so GG.
开门给留一手穿掉。
I mean, 2 players are really low, but I'm watching it on YouTube, by the way. Yeah, because they don't have it in 1080p on Twitch because I think the VPN in it. Because, you know, China doesn't really have Twitch.
Yeah, I noticed the quality did not look good on Twitch.
弊端就是在于，你作为防守方，你手上局输了过后，你没有其他的经济能够去让。
I noticed that Fung Fung has been absolutely fucking in terms of the stats.
Yeah, he's been slamming. Like, I think I was a little bit worried about the tech game because he had some really good like wins under their belt, but I mean, Fung just wasn't fucking about.
Why have FPX done a defensive Viper wall that's exactly the same as the attacking Viper wall?
Oh yeah, I mean the attacking wall that FPX have is actually really nice. Like it cuts across deeper and it basically leaves a little corner on the bottom right of sight. So it cuts through tree more than anything.
Right.
But it means that they could just like, if they're on an anti-eco, they could just all go through tree and then
it connects to the default box, right?
It's even deeper than that. It goes into the wall.
Oh well,
Yeah.
that seems really weird.
But yeah, I think the whole point of this wall is just that it effectively doesn't allow like Trace's wall to cut them off, but they're just willing to fight for that space. And it's also like a good pixel angle, like just below where the smoke is, or just above where the smoke is on the minimap. You have a good like sort of pixel angle that you can see into A main and take a fight, and if you miss, you can just put the wall up and run away.
Yeah, but then if they put their wall up, you just get pushed back, don't you?
Run away, I guess, yeah.
It doesn't help anybody on anywhere else on the map. That seems like a bad decision. When you could be putting walls that cut off B and go, you know, if you want to do the C wall that Loud does, you could do that one. If you want to do the classic wall to actually defend tree control, you could do that. I don't know. Maybe they've got some good ideas for how they're going to play around it, but this seems suboptimal.
Yeah, I think it's because they mostly do play TCH towards A anyway, and then they have Ayang helping on C. Because Ayang from Waterfall can just throw a Dizzy up in the air and pick it up, and it can just get all of the information on C. Like C main. So I think it's more the Gecko and then moving stuff along. And then Autumn will just move around anyway because he's Neon.
Yeah. As soon as this wall goes up, though, they can be threatening that they're walking stairs now. Because they... Oh, yeah, so the Gecko has to pull back and try and cover that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look very comfortable here for FPX on defense. At least they have this good info over towards C, which is about to get pushed away. Alright, now Autumn needs to come over, and he's miles away. So they've got to spend some time re-clearing A first before they can get the rotates to C. It makes their C so weak. God, look how slow Nishao and Autumn are to rotate. They get killed though in the lurker.
黑贝的位置其实也是在碎石区被发现了，
I mean, the Berlin's just getting walked on.
Yeah. They don't really have much info to work with.
No. Especially when the Killjoy dies, but the Killjoy setup was all around B anyway. Did they have their alarm bot at the front of B this round too? No, they must have had their alarm bot C, right? Wow, they are getting rinsed.
I mean, I think most of
everywhere.
FPX have almost been saved on our attacking side, but that's been the case.
Well, that's a lot of that's a lot of Lotus teams.
Yeah.
Autumn popping heads? No. Yeah, I think this map is difficult to play on defense side even if you play it well, but it also means that the teams that play badly on their defense side don't actually get punished that much for it, because there's not an enormous difference between the good and the bad teams on the defense.
Yeah.
Which is pretty unfortunate. That's one of the reasons why having more balanced maps is a good thing. Because you can normally win like a couple of rounds, even if you're a pretty terrible team anyway on defense, just with ults, or you get a pistol, or you get a random big play from somebody.
I mean, I think for Lotus specifically, like, maps in the competitive pool are changed at the start of an episode, right? That's usually...
Oh, don't ask me, I have no idea.
So I think, since I came out at the start of episode 6 or 7, whichever one we're in now, and the maps were changed then, and I think the next episode starts in January, so I think that would mean that, like, VCT would start with a different map pool, and my guess is that they take out Lotus, and maybe add in a revamped icebox would be my guess.
There were those rumors of the Lotus changes. Dude,
I
I just scrolled back and had a look at Lysor's setup. It was horrendous. He didn't even have the alarm bot for B control. He had the alarm bot to vulnerable people as they walked into B. Like, he had the alarm bot deep on site so that it would vulnerable people as they commit to the site hit and they would die to the nanoswarms. He had like a kill setup on B. So he's not providing...
So I think his turret in secret would spot them first.
Yeah, the Viper is not providing any useful like stuff to other people around the map, and neither is the Killjoy. They're both just playing for themselves instead of playing any kind of cross-map setups. And they're doing the same kind of thing here again. Lysor doesn't even have an alarm bot this round. He only has a turret. At least this turret, have they broken the door for it? This is an interesting turret.
Yeah.
But it doesn't see anything towards B. It only sees towards A. And it gets denied by the wall. They could take tree without the turret seeing them. Although I guess you'd hear the tree door opening. You'd see it on the mirror.
Yeah, I guess you'd also like maybe just with 3 people on B, you'd all just come out secret at that point too. Anyway, maybe slowly, but
they're gonna try and crunch C. What are they doing here?
they yeeted out the Dizzy. Can't pick it up though because it's so deep. Because you can throw one that's just straight up and pick it up again in waterfall, or you can just like yeet it out like that.
And then Lysor gets pushed away from playing on his... At least they've kind of scared Trace away from C, and they've anticipated the fact that Trace have gone back over to A right now.
Yeah. I genuinely think the defensive utility for FPX on A is just TCH. Like, he just fucks in that position. Like, he will play on the back of Rubble as a Viper on his own. Like, because they don't have an Omen to, like, TP there or back, or, like, have the Neon fight there. Like, TCH will just do it. On his own. Just fight. I guess that's why that wall's there, too. It just gives him so much to, like, play around.
Okay. Are they going to actually apply some good pressure mount here? Open the door? Use some... Oh, they don't have any Gecko utility. They're just going to do this with rifles. This is going to be so tough without util. Yeah, rest in peace. God, this defense looks appalling from FPX.
Yeah, they've had some rough starts on it too. I think the last time that they played Trace, they were like 7-0 down and then managed to win it in overtime. And I think that was on their defense too.
That's a tragedy.
Rematch, 2-1, Lotus. Yeah, they were... Trace was 6-0 down on their attack.
Yeah.
And then Lysol started clutching out like massive.
If they want the Killjoy to heavily defend the B setup, they can still do that, but they just need to throw the alarm bot or the turret for C, just to give them a little bit more information and make it so that Berlin doesn't have to hard anchor C all the time. Oh, they're gonna fight for A rubble control on the eco though. Alright. And they can afford 2 rifles. This could get a bit dangerous. And
also, one of the things about the Gecko on defense is just how often you get the thrash on attack. On defense, it's really slow from my angle.
Yeah. It's a very good ultimate for the price point. When you have access to so many orbs on the attack side.
So many of them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, the orb there actually found huge amounts of value, though. Just all posting up behind TCH's orb. Found the perfect timing as well. He's actually done enough damage to win this round. I don't know how he just managed to do that, but Ayoung's down to 20 health and Autumn's down to 1.
Yeah.
Autumn got 124. This is winnable.
He's pretty much got all of his util as well. Like paranoia and a smoke.
He actually might be able to get a kill and still ult away.
Just paranoia.
Yeah. He's gonna win this, isn't he? Because he's also now knocking the time down a little bit. Does he know they're both coming from this direction? Yeah, I think so.
Oh, just Ayang going lucky. He's just going through
What?
All right, that's brave.
That's such a silly way for that round to end, dude. Flexing deserved that.
Does he have time? It's very close.
What is with the Chinese players jumping through Omen one-ways? It's actually working. Every time we've seen someone jump through an Omen one-way today, they've got the kill.
It's the future.
They actually know the tech. Yeah, it really is.
They've had the game for like 6 months, so they already know more than all of us.
Dude, they figured out the shorties before any of us as well. There were no other teams around the world using the shorties as much as the Chinese teams. And then the Korean players tried to pick it up as well. And then everyone started
Attack Up. Attack Up is a massive thing in China. Obviously, I think just everybody tries to copy Kung Kung, but...
Yeah. Attacking Up is good, though. I think it...
Yeah, Autumn will attack up and then give his up to his teammate and swap for a rifle and he execute. And it actually has like a pretty good success rate.
Same shite Killjoy setup happening here. Look at the positioning of the alarm bot. Like, what is that alarm bot even doing, man? It's
I was
not like
the TCH hasn't put a wall down, but he has put it literally so perfectly
exactly
on the
on
attack
top.
one. He can't see it.
Both of the Vipers are using the same playbook, but on opposite sides.
TCH couldn't be bothered to learn lineup, so he's just like, I'm using this on both sides.
Okay, so Lysol only had the alarm bot down for the beginning of the round in case it was a fast B hit. Now Lysol can put the alarm bot down here. Like, he could just put it in the standard A position right there. Yeah. And now Lysol's actually got a good setup. Wait a second. He's evolving. But now the others should be rotating off. You need to leave. The Killjoy setup is now getting you good information on A.
Yeah, why has nobody else moved? Why is the person that's moving the most out of a Gecko and a Viper the Killjoy?
Ooh, the timing. Quite nice. You've still got to play full retake here, but you have Thrash. No! Are you going to really Thrash right now when 2 of your players can't retake with you?
They still have the Dizzy too. Okay.
They get the kill on time. Yeah. I mean, that push at the end there with the Dizzy and with Autumn getting in was good. I just thought that they were going to thrash with it.
I guess maybe they were just keen on like using Thrash early to see if anybody was close.
I guess, or getting a free
and because
tank
nobody
kill or
was
something.
close, they could just molly off Secret and then execute.
Yeah. And they had enough Gecko util to make that work. Getting that kill, though, is a nice freebie. But yeah, I like that setup. They dizzy, wingman, and push out. The dizzy and the wingman together actually provide more pressure than the thrash.
Destroy timeouts.
Right. So, I actually don't mind the way that Lysor played that round. I don't really know why he's putting the alarm bot on B, but I think the idea of picking the alarm bot up and putting it on A if there isn't a fast hit B makes some sense, but it makes you really vulnerable because you have to just be sat in spawn rotating around waiting for your alarm bot to come back up. But like, there is a kernel of a decent idea there rather than just... But just use a more standard setup and you'll get more guaranteed value rather than trying to optimize.
And everybody else will know what you're doing as well without them being like,
exactly.
Oh, hey Killjoy, welcome onto the site where there's already 2 of us here. How are you?
Yeah, it did look a bit claustrophobic there for a while, didn't it? With the because Lysor's only rotating over there when it's safe, but then they have 3 players A when they know that it's fairly safe. So you
are they doing the alarm bot on C now?
Oh, I like this setup. This setup's good. I mean, I think that the turret's not in the most amazing position here because it's easy to break from B main. But
yeah, massively.
It's it gives you more freedom of where to position as the Killjoy on site. Oh, they're gonna run forward and pit. I don't mind this. Now Autumn can rotate away with the AWP. This seems
it's just hilarious. It's just TCH. Nobody is here for support. It's just I'm gonna fight all of them.
Did they think they were gonna force this round? Maybe. Is that why they've used the pit at the start?
I mean, I'll say that there's not a lot of teams in China that do their timeout on an eco. There's a lot that still do it going into a full buy, so then the other team goes, alright, they're calling a timeout before they have a full buy, they have these ultimates. How do we fuck them up as much as possible? So teams do get caught out after timeouts.
Lysor just holding his ground. Ooh, so wide there from Berlin. That's a lot of damage.
Meanwhile, on A main, TCH is still chilling.
He's looking down the map. Alright, I mean, that was a good round, but it was an anti-eco. I like the way that they played it, but now they don't have the pit for a big round, so what do they do in the future? How do they maintain rubble control without a pit? Are they going to try and get the neon there? Probably not, right? Because Autumn's open. Same setup from Lysor.
经济局的提议就没有太好的选择了。打 B 进不去，打 C 前点也全是道具，确实是有点难操作。看这一分长枪局了，我觉得。
Autumn just cannot get an angle here. Look at Autumn opping on A, but he's got an orb in his face. Like he doesn't know if somebody's gone rubble. He's just relying on TCH holding that for him. It's awkward. I don't know how he thinks he's going to get value against this Viper setup. Yeah, the Viper setup goes up from what's his name? Hyber.
Yeah, I think it's Haby. Oh. I only learned. I mean, I am finding many ways to mispronounce Chinese names, but
yeah, that's my speciality.
Learning for the process.
Autumn's been very bold here. He's just kind of egoing the Viper setup, assuming that they're not scaling off it. They're trying to match the Viper walls, but I don't think that does anything. Does it?
还是说像目前的一个情况之下，你只能往整个数位去堆叠？
I really don't feel like that is that valuable compared to a more standard Viper setup.
There's definitely some strange stuff that FPX do. Like, the attack one, I think makes a lot of sense for what they do. And this one, I'm like, it feels like this is the kind of team that thinks it through. They're not just going to copy and paste what other people do.
Yeah, that's definitely true. They come up with their own ideas, don't they?
but it's also like some of the ideas just seem objectively worse. Like they were playing Viper on Haven yesterday, and they were running like the old B main across sewers Viper wall instead of like what people are doing. But they ran it all of the time. It's like they've never even seen like the new meta one.
Yeah.
Autumn 自己是跳不上去的，还有加速技能没有位移的技能。
I thought they were going to try and play the lockdown retake here, but they did not. Clean shooting from A towards the end, but not enough to win the 1v4.
尽力了，我觉得真的 Autumn 已经尽力了，很尽力了。是，没办法，你确实对方人数和枪线在这种比较狭窄的一个区域已经完全架开了。
I'd like to see them try and get Autumn posted towards C. Like play a 3-1-1 setup where Lysor's playing A, and then once you get Autumn posted with his operator C, try and rotate some more players over towards A to help Lysor. Oh wait, they're kind of doing that. They have Lysor playing B, so A is really weak right now, but they are trying to set the op up on C. Paranoia misses. They're using C's and the pull. Whoa, that stun did not land where Autumn wanted it to. But now A is so weak. This is the problem. I think you need your Killjoy A if you're doing a setup like this, because I guess they're playing A retake with the lockdown, but they didn't do that last round, and they've got TCH in a very committed position. Maybe TCH just throws a snake bite and then leaves. No, they've got the Gecko there now as well.
看一下这两个终极技能，他们要不要选择去投资？而且其实我们还聊到一个点啊，我觉得 TE 其实是更想在上半场去8比4对手，才能让自己的压力小一点的。拉出来直接干对，独木刚一升起 ，TCH 找到了峰峰的一个身位，留下45滴血换掉对手。
I wonder if there's an element of like a retake wall to it too on A.
It allows them to get in through the door.
Yeah, and then like if there's any like where the Viper is right now, like playing a post plant there, you're just completely isolated.
Yeah, that's a good point. Trace looked so scattered in this round. They just didn't realize that they had a good opportunity to push A. I mean, some kind of weird 5-head situation going on maybe where they assumed that Lysor's playing A, so they didn't want to fast hit it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I think it's probably because of the Neon Gecko taking more of my attention, but I never even, like, realized how odd the setups are on the Killjoy until you start talking about them. Like, I mean, we've probably watched this team play about 6 or 7 times.
Yeah. It is a good point, Ishiki. The retake, the one, you know, the wall that Fnatic throws that goes from B over towards, well, it's like the most standard retake wall. That wall is also really good for retake. It basically just does the same thing as this one, right? It just cuts off the same kind of angles. It's only the C wall that Loud throws that is different. But yeah, I mean, it still functions in that way pretty well. But yeah, I think the B2C wall is better because it also frees up your Killjoy a little bit. It feels like they've had to run their Killjoy perma B in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah.
I mean, not in this round though. They have put Lysor much more heavily towards C. But the turret gets broken really early on. And Autumn's on quite a passive angle this round too with the operator. So Trace have a ton of map control here. Or at least if they want to, because they're threatening A as well.
Well, actually, headshot Iron. Barely did anything because it was a classic, but...
Yeah, those just tickle you.
I mean, I feel like we've just not seen Trace like, actually execute, really.
Not too much. I think they will next round, though, because... I mean, it looks like they're going to go for it this round. The counter ult was quite late. And it gets broken. If you put down that counter ult immediately, you're going to be able to defend from the lockdown, but they had to leave the site. They get a good plant as well. TCH may be able to win this round. If he can
回防是有5个人在的，而且 TCH 也在一个相当
He's taking
绝
his
杀的位置
time.
只看
Yeah,
位
he's
置
also
啊
stuck
这个
behind the
位置
turret.
锋锋这两枪有点可惜。
Oh, he's too slow. He needs to be breaking the turret like now. Guys, hello. They need assistance. What the fuck is that smoke?
The smoke. Now he goes. All right.
He found the timing. Dude, that smoke is bizarre. Is that a deliberately bad smoke so that they can still see... Wait, that might be Giga Brain. So that they can still see the plant position and play post-plant, but you can't swing into them.
And it also kind of covers mound.
That's funny. That's a deliberately bad smoke sunk into the ground so that they can see the spike.
Also, Fimisum raised a good point. TCH didn't break the turret. He just let it fire at him whilst he goes around the corner and kills
Chad.
like 3.
Giga Chad. That's such a funny idea with the Omen smoke.
This is FPX's pick. Like, this is their home ground.
Yeah, and Trace decided to try and use all of their ults that round to see if they could win. Why is Autumn trying to do this kind of stuff with the op? I mean, that is so dangerous. He wasn't even looking in that direction.
I think that's
All right,
just
but
what
now he's
I
in the
think
sick bay.
FPX just conditioned that we're gonna fight you on A main and we're gonna win stupid fights.
They shouldn't be winning. I mean, their comp is so bad for fighting A main, I think. Apart from the stun from the Neon, but if you can get past that with the Raze or with the Omen.
Yeah, I guess again, like if you fight here and you miss, you could just ask for the Viper wall. Now he
Oh,
can't.
he beefed the Dizzy. He still gets the kill. Here comes the Thrash. Oh no! One player with an op, one player still in their utility animation. Tragedy.
I mean, we haven't really seen Trace also do the whole like clearing of rubble, going to A later, like snake biting it and stuff like that.
No, they haven't actually been taking A control
it.
very much. Yeah, they either play there super heavily and it's an A hit, or they don't go there at all.
It's kind of like, you know, on Haven, where attackers don't default towards A at all, and so the defenders get it for free, and then the attackers just feel like they're boxed in being C. It's kind of like that.
It does feel like that, yeah. But this is now an extremely effective defensive half by FPX. They've just managed to win so many of these rounds. Even if they lose this one. There was actually some damage there onto the attack op. Alright, now they're going to go back over to A. There is only one player here. Tracer finally going here in the mid round. Wow, what an angle! That's disgusting.
但是点内现在控制下来了，能够去安置爆能器。接下来的分要怎么去控制呢？弗勒星选择剑影到了箱子上面，非常的一个位置。
I don't know how TCH moves around so much when his balls are that big. That's why they just stick him on A. He just can't move.
Seemed like a good paranoia there at the back. Wow, how has he got those 3 kills? Yeah, decent post plant.
Trace pull it back.
Yeah, nice paranoia and a sick series of shots from the Viper somehow. Just kind of AD dead zoning, I guess. What are these kills here? Oh, like, what is that kill on Autumn? I suppose the other two aren't really that crazy.
He's just in the right place.
Well, that's a very good half by FPX in terms of how many rounds they actually got.
Yeah, it was. They won last time they played 8-4 down, so a little bit better than last time.
Yeah. Very winnable.
It's annoying because we don't have the API stats because it's China, so I think all of the stuff like BLR is just like hand inputted.
It's weird though because they must be able to pull the stats because they have them for their own broadcast. At least they have some stats for their own broadcast. Maybe they're doing them manually.
I think it's just like Riot are quite open with like sharing the API with people that like request it. Like, you know, VLR would have to go to Riot and be like, we use your API, and they go, what for? And they go, for a website this. They're like, yeah, sure. Like, run it back and augment it be the same. But I guess maybe like Riot China just don't want to share it with anybody outside of their own broadcast. Maybe it changes. Maybe there's some like global system that's set up next year.
Yeah, why is there not a global system? I assumed that it was global.
I think China always has its own thing going on. I mean, it's the same with like the LPL broadcast stuff, right? They just decided they didn't want to do an English broadcast anymore, so I guess global will probably have to work out how to do that.
对的，我们一起来看一下上半场的两位焦点选手的对比啊 ，Autumn 和峰峰。峰峰的平均战斗力评分来到了251.4。
So what is this stat here? The 20 versus 32%.
I think that's headshot percentage.
Right. I mean that would make sense, I suppose, for what we just watched, considering Autumn was using an op and his ult a lot. So they're gonna early paranoia here with Seized Nade or something like that. Oh no, they go for the one way.
Maybe FPX feeling that they could just take that easily, I guess.
FPX are like, wait, why didn't we ever fight for a lobby like that? Oh wait, because we don't have a raise. We don't have a fade.
But yeah, look at FPX's wall, like on attack.
Yeah. That is a strange wall. I don't understand it, to be honest with you.
I think one of the main things is like, you know, like defenders like to play in that choke between tree and the A site. So
yeah.
If the door gets open, they can peek and check if it's anybody's come through, like with a prowler.
It does
wall.
wall.
You can't play there.
But you can play.
Just get so isolated.
You could play near the site. I don't know what to call it, but like this angle where you can see. I don't know what to call it. It's like mid-site, but towards the back, where you can see the choke point, and you like jiggle peek the default box.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen anybody. I think most teams just kind of play with like where the Omen's playing now. They either play too far ahead, or you like maybe play drop. Like it just seems a really uncomfortable place to hold.
Yeah, I mean
this would be something if I could win this, but
it does block off some decent info.
身上一枪，是的，哎，自身只蹭了一枪，哦，伏笔消除。那这样的话，至少啊。
Yeah, I could see it being a little uncomfortable, but I don't know whether it actually gets you too much value. I suppose it's fine as soon as you pick up the orb and reposition it. Oh wow. I didn't realize how quick those first 2 kills were.
Oh, it's a snake bite that did damage to him. Yeah, I also do like, I think for like FPX when they're on like anti-eco, they'll like default around the map, and that wall just kind of allows them to just have everybody push through tree, like off the back of a dizzy to check behind, like in that little pocket, and then they'll just plant in that like little corner where the Viper wall is with the wingman. So it's just a very like no-nonsense wall.
Huh. Why would they want to plant in the corner when...
I mean, it could also, yeah, just plant default, and then it cuts that off a bit more.
厉害的步枪，幻影。
开了门，还要选择去转。那弗洛辛继续去会架这个位置啊。带了飞剑先一丢，小开被蹭掉了一点血哦，但是自己反蹭的效率也是非常不错的。有一手只剩下16血了，而且2支队伍都没有在这张地图里面选择到有治疗技能的英雄。
There doesn't really seem to be any danger in this round.
这前面想过，说实话
Unless we see the classic jump through the one way. Any one-way jumpers? But yeah, this wall doesn't actually let them get out. It's not like the other wall where they can. Oh, wait, you can walk out.
Yeah, it's kind of like the bind wall, where you can go like either side of it.
Huh, it didn't look like you could, and then their Killjoy managed to get like just one step around the other side, and suddenly they were obscured.
双渊在这张地图上，只要来到防守方，你其实不管从哪边进行一个部署，依然能够阻挡你的视野，同时隔绝你后续想要跟枪的队友。
拉出来，阿阳一颗头命中了小开这里。
What time is it here? It's about midday.
捡啊！这把幻影其实是看什么时候去捡，对，其实不大。
Oh, you in the UK?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I live in the UK.
Oh shit. Like I knew that you were sort of like back, like most of this year. I think you'd like have long periods of like being in the UK and then you just stay in NA when you were doing Americas.
Yeah, yeah.
But I didn't realize you were like actively living here now.
Yep. Yeah, I moved there permanently a year ago.
Oh shit.
All right, so this round now they have the Thrash. So now things get serious. They're taking a timeout to talk about the strat that they're about to do in round 3. This is such an insanely early timeout. Did they forget what the strategy was? Why are you calling a timeout this early? Surely you know what the strat is. You just had a halftime to talk about this. You've just got your first Thrash ult up. It's just been a pistol and a follow-up. Like, what can you even be talking about here?
下半场的比分会被 T 再次拉开。
对的，因为他们其实已经没有特别多的容错在了。
To be fair, I don't think I've seen this much from FPX, to be honest. They're not that outlandish for timeouts. So maybe feeling a little rattled. I mean, maybe it's the stuff around A main because they have kind of like watched that twice, but the second time they were on an eco.
It's very standard though, the way that Trace are playing. Trace are playing like every other team in the world right now. The same Killjoy setup, same Viper setup, same A main control. Alright. Let's see. I want to see Trace do something explosive here though, to stop FPX from doing their Thrash setup. Like, I'd like to see them run a different idea. Like, I would have liked to see them run a 3-1-1 here and try and fight aggressive for C. And then like maybe push into spawn or do something like wild like that. Or maybe try and play Fang Fang and YOU aggressive A and then go back and repush B with the Prowlers.
Yeah.
Just like something really active. They're expecting the trap play look, yeah. They're expecting the paranoia push.
I think that's the weakest part of the default for FPX. Because outside of using that Dizzy and just bouncing it off the wall, like you don't have like the range of a Sky Flash that can help you. So a lot of teams just waited for the Dizzy and then just exploded out of C and like even pushed past like Mound into like the mine, like foyer bit. Because there's very little that FPX could do to stop them.
I'm gonna go for a B hit here. This is an incredibly deep alarm bot for the defenders. They used the Thrash to clear out that corner first.
Oh, grabs the player, but
there's so much pressure for them to get through. They had Killjoy utility, Raze utility. They're shut down so hard.
怎么提？现在 AB 连的门开了，他们非常的慌，只能去开输的门，只能去堵对手 A 点的点内没有人。但是峰峰马上就已经赶到了，手里是有晚烟火。
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's the plan.
来了，
Double blast pack.
Yeah, yeah.
是的，扭开了。
有人残血，奥特残血先倒了。
Wow!
Oh my god, Ivy!
What are we doing? I mean, he did not think Lysol was there. Bad info from someone on his team, I assume. Oh, Lysol's timing here looks lovely. Lysol's timing. What a bizarre round. And that is a bonus, so it's still fine for Trace, but they should have won that. They outplayed them on defense there, and then they just beefed the final situation. Oh, why are you double blast packing when you have no info about who's on site? You're just relying on your opponents to miss in order to get value there.
He just saw so much going on beneath him. Like Wingman, the Gecko.
Yeah, he's like, they have created a colony. Oh, they got caught by the Haunt. The Haunt is so good to mix up occasionally with the C's. Although Fang Fang dies.
这样的话，两边是各掉一个决斗者，对于进攻方来说，少一个决斗者还会小亏一点啊。
只要没有人去拉枪线了。
跳的这个 timing 啊，还好方
Yeah, on timeouts,
Dangerous.
both teams can talk. It's not just the team that calls it.
要干拉了，看出来了，看到了。
Oh, Kai is playing this so dangerously. Oh my god. Oh my god. The paranoia there. Oh.
It was a Chad shoulder peek if I ever saw it.
Kai was also repositioning while the Viper Wall was down, rather than repositioning while it's up. Like, I will wait until the Viper Wall is down and everybody can see me in order to do this very dangerous reposition. Okay, the lurk play happening though here from Berlin. Can TZH get the spike? No. It's over.
26 HP too.
No way. Come on. We're not losing to Berlin here, are we? No. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why they're doing that either, Cheesebread. I was thinking about that just now. I don't know why the Viper is smoking on the step instead of in the default position. Obviously, they don't actually need that Viper smoke at all, as far as I can tell, because their Viper wall just allows them to walk out there now anyway. But the Viper smoke is useless on its own in that spot. So, is it supposed to block a certain haunt lineup, maybe? That's the only thing I can think of, but in that round, they got owned by the haunt. They all got seen by it. So, I'm not sure. I was just wondering the same thing myself, but I didn't have an answer. Deep alarm bot again here from Kai.
I don't think there is many rounds where FPX like default and like aggress A. Like most times that I think about it, TZH has been in positions like he is now.
Yeah.
Like just sitting and waiting.
Controlling.
Yeah. And I guess this wall also kind of forces, because you can't play on like the pixel angles, it kind of forces players like Trace to peek up this far. But this double stack is just too hard to break.
Yes, but it means that they have to commit a lot of players over to it, so...
Yeah, I guess that's... So like TZH is trying to pull people in if he can get players up onto that angle where the wall cuts them off. It's going to take ages for YOU to rotate over to B or C.
Yeah. But on this round, they just don't really have the resources to deal with a C defense. Oh, they are walking in with this smoke, though. Wow, nice idea. I like that smoke. There's a lot of teams that do that, but this one with the Astra smoke, because the Astra smoke is bigger, you can go for something like that instead.
Yeah.
Cool idea. Nice idea on the eco.
Can't remember who it was, but there was a team that did the same sort of thing, but they went, I think because they brought the Killjoy turret on B, they went through on C, through like towards Waterfall, like the other side of it, and they managed to sneak past somebody that was like holding an angle. I think it was FPX.
而且刚才我们可以看到 T1的2个关键性终极技能一直没用，都还没用。这一分就是全面封锁，去互换一下全面封锁，
很有可能这一分就拿来买保险了。而且全面封锁的对给还会有一个问题，就是 T1是有机会用踩雷飞剑去把全面封锁拆掉的。来看一下。 这一次的话，第一时间依然还是先去 C 点给压力，拿完能量球以后人往后退。
That paranoia does not seem good enough to properly fight over Mound. But alright, I guess it pushed FPX back for a moment. They haven't put the Raze on C to try and break the lockdown. And the Viper's dead. Just lock down C. Guys, don't overcomplicate it. Just lock down C and push. Uh-oh, we're doing a bit of overcomplication here. And somehow Trace have still got 2 players on A. What is going on here? Oh my god.
No team has done what Trace has been doing.
What is going on?
They're trying to time like the Nightfall and then as the wall drops, the Omen could do something. Big Flexi just got a little bit too over aggro.
I mean, I don't really understand how Autumn knew that Flexin was there. What? How did he get that kill? Well, now everybody's got ults for FPX, and they didn't have to use any in this round.
Well, I saw chill.
给 T1操作的空间就已经是比较小了啊！哇， 这一分的交互。
Yeah, I guess it does that. That's a good point, Cheesebread.
在于选手的一个个人能力有所爆发，一个
The Viper orb from TCH does stop them using that high ground angle on top of the rock. But
oh yeah, the double stack, yeah.
Yeah. But that's just what that tells me is that FPX are expecting to not have A control in basically any of their rounds. Right? Because if that's... They basically have a Viper setup that's designed to get them out through this door. They don't have a Viper setup that's designed to, you know, get them through to here or to get them through to here or anything like that. They literally are putting their orb and their wall just to get out through the first choke point, which means if you're designing your setup like that, presumably you're never fighting for A. Was
I
that
wonder how
just...
much the orb and wall block off rubble. Like if an Omen TP's on top of it, like how much you can effectively see and fight from there. Because I can't imagine.
Oh, you can't see very much with the wall for sure. Yeah, but then the other wall does that too. The other wall that connects from here up like that.
And this has definitely been one of those cases where FPX haven't had a team that's actively like fought them closely on A. I think just with this wall, most teams just feel like they have to give it up.
This game could still get really close. FPX have massive ultimates to work with here. If they can cycle a couple of them, if they can win this round by only using one, let's say, because Tracer on a bit of an eco, and then they can keep rolling those forwards, this could still get really dangerous, really close. Yeah, I don't know how Autumn saw enough to get the spam kill in that round. Maybe one of his teammates saw somebody and it popped up on minimap or something? I'm not sure.
Didn't really see a replay of it either, I don't think.
Yeah, we're trying to puzzle through their attack setups at the moment, TMV. It really feels unusual. They use a really weird defensive wall as well. They were using weird defensive killjoy setups too, but they still got 5 rounds.
Oh, TMV doesn't like the wall. It's my favorite wall. Not because he doesn't like it. I just like some of this different.
It is definitely different.
Yeah.
Alright, so again, FPX don't have any rubble control, and the wall and orb setup are just to try and counter that in the mid-round. Do you want to counter ult? You're on a half buy. No, you are not counter ulting.
He's just hoping to.
We are giving up
before he gets suppressed.
Oh, he got 2 with it. Wait, that's insane value from Kai. And the flank is coming through, and this flank is going to be dangerous. I love this idea from Trace of trying something like this, but they know. They are aware due to the turret. What in the fuck are we doing with this cosmic divide?
They really don't expect that they're all coming
what?
behind.
I thought they were coming behind. I thought they knew that they were coming behind, but they just look like they don't have a clue.
They can't. It's like the wall has given them less of an idea because they can't hear it. There's 2 people on the other side of it in Waterfall that wouldn't have heard any clomping.
I've got to go back there.
The player in Elbow just gets blasted with util without seeing it.
Okay, so this Viper got chased away from A. There's a Prowler coming through as well. Did the Viper not hear that? And then, as they crossed... Oh, is the turret... Oh, the turret's deactivated because Lysor scaled into sight.
He's too far away.
So they... I really felt like they knew that they were on the flank at this point because of where they were repositioned, but yeah, they didn't know. Wow. What an eco. That should just be the game. Even with all of the ults that FPX have up, that eco's backbreaking.
It's too much to do, I think, for FPX now.
They've only won 2 rounds on their attack side. And it was the pistol and the follow-up. They've lost every round where they've had rifles.
Yeah, it's very, very out of character. I think Trace are one of the best, like, protocol-esque teams, like, in the region.
They're playing the defense side very standard very well, yeah. They're really punishing FPX for their bizarre setups. Here comes the paranoia. This is going to put pressure on the FPX guys. Turret takes contact. Oh no, the turret can't take contact. It got smoked off. They paranoia anyway, and they swing. Good awareness, good decision. Nice audible call there from the Trace guys to realize that with the turret being smoked off, they couldn't rely on the trap play anymore. And now it's GG. I mean, Kai could literally just ult this, couldn't he?
Yeah, he does.
It's a little late, but they still have spike control. I had GG, but actually not GG. In fact, BG from FPX. I think Trace have
maybe it's
a bunch of things that they could improve on their attack side, but they look good on defense. They look like they had some good setups, good trap ideas, good like proactivity. Nice
sort
eco
of
idea
feels
there.
the same thing, really. Of like, it kind of explains why I think FPX are at least behind Trace and Rare Atom, because they're the two teams that don't let other like rosters and squads in the region just kind of do crazy stuff.
Get away with their bullshit.
Yeah. There's just no like respect for it.
Yeah.
And that's why both of those teams are the only ones to win a series against EDG as well.
Yeah.
Because they're not scared of playing up against them.
Yeah, they definitely feel like they have a decent idea about what's going on. So then the next map was Sunset. Yeah, that's going to be interesting too. Are FPX going to run that? Are FPX going to run the Sova KO Chamber double smokes comp? Harbor Viper, Sova KO Chamber. Are we going to see that?
Yeah. Maybe. We just haven't, like, I think the rest of the map, like, the series is really hard now for FPX to win. Because regardless of how, like, the records on these maps, it's just two maps that FPX haven't played an awful lot.
Yeah.
Like, I think it was actually really smart for Trace to second ban out Ascent, too. Because at least FPX have had, like, a good amount of practice on that, and they can VOD review after their loss against Trace the first time and improve on stuff, which is why it looks like they did. But like Split, they just haven't played in ages, so
I do hope it goes to
very
Split.
comfortable.
I'd like to see that. I'd also like to see Split because it would mean that the fucking batshit comp from FPX is won.
Yeah.
Deluxe is asking in chat, will they play Dynamite on Bind? I saw a comment.
Don't stand.
I saw a comment saying that Dynamite says sub, right? And I saw a comment of a fan saying that who was the player that got subbed out? I can't even remember. But
it was YOU.
Oh, it was YOU. They said the YOU had explosive diarrhea and needed to be subbed out instantly, and that's why Dynamite came in. But but I don't know if that's a joke. I don't know whether that was just the like VLR user making a joke, or whether that is accurate.
Like, just close your eyes and picture this. You have it. You're in a big series. You've gone to a third map. Your stomach starts churning. You have to go to the toilet. The sub's like, "Don't worry, I got this." You're on the toilet for like 40 minutes. You come back. The game's gone to overtime, and the person that was subbed in for you is 96 ACS.
Yeah, that's that would be a brutal one.
Supposedly Dynamite's also called the security guard as well, which I don't know if that means like, oh, because he's a Cypher, nothing gets past him, or he was literally the security guard and they couldn't get anybody else in.
No, surely not. Surely not. It can't have been that bad, surely.
It was...
Yeah, you can call a player-related tech pause if you have explosive diarrhea, yes. We've seen people do that before, but most of the time you have to warn the admins beforehand that you're feeling unwell. If you tell the admins beforehand, like, I am feeling very unwell, I may need to take a player-related break at some point during this game, they'll normally be like, okay, you're allowed one. We've seen that before in the past at big events.
I wonder how those conversations
How
go.
long would you have to be away for a forfeit? I don't know. Well, Safe was away for a long time during Champions. He was gone for... I don't know how long he was gone for, but he was gone for a while. I think it would have to be quite a while before a shit-related default map was awarded.
Oh my god. Shitgate. I can't wait for it.
It'll happen one day. If FNS shat himself on stage, he would be allowed to get up. If FNS desperately needed to call a tactical timeout and they'd run out of them, he could potentially have told the admin beforehand, and then he could decide voluntarily to shit his own pants.
I think,
and then discuss tactics somehow with his team, but it would be illegal to discuss the tactics, so he would already be cheating by doing that.
That'd be a hell of a scenario to live. It's also easy to make the joke for FNS that he's so old if he shot himself he wouldn't notice. He'd just sit in it. I'm surprised that nobody went straight to that, to be fair.
Bova Scotia, thank you very much for the tier 1
like
sub.
Angel, like going to the admin,
thank you very much.
being like, hello, I'm just letting you know I might need to shit myself. I might need a timeout. Can you imagine just some of the conversations with like artists, like players like that, going to admins and being like, I have explosive diarrhea.
I feel
Please,
like,
can I have a timeout?
I feel like I remember Ardis being one of the players that had to take a player break actually during Istanbul. I think that is a thing that happened because everybody was ill at Istanbul.
Yeah, I mean, I just had the thing as well where like his balance was off. Like he had to go to hospital and stuff like that because he had like, I think it was like an ear infection.
Yeah, yeah.
So might have been to do with that. Because they got their game delayed to the day after, like during groups.
Oh.
So I think the last day was meant to be, last day of groups was meant to be 2 best of 2s and it was free, sorry, 2 best of 2s.
Yeah.
2 best of 3s and it was free instead because now being played
kind of
a day later.
Bova Scotia, thank you very much for the new tier 1 sub. Appreciate that.
So I basically got the day off on the day before last, and then I had to work the first game and the third game. And so they were like, "Oh, just do like the interview on the first game instead of."
EDG
I think I was meant to do like
quite lost in the game that we watched.
So they were like, "Yeah, we're not having you come in on the morning to do a telestrator and then do the third best of 3 on the evening."
Yeah, that's a long day.
You'd be there all day. Yeah, I sort of remember that. I remember the birthday cake I got again.
Honestly, the Rare Adam EDG game wasn't that great of a game. I don't think it justifies a TMV video. I feel like EDG just ran out of ideas, and while I was impressed with what Rare Adam were doing on Sunset, apparently Eco had already done like most of it already, playing Silver on Sunset. I just didn't watch the game, so it was new to me, but that doesn't mean it was new. But yeah, the EDG just looked lost. The Kang Cypher is not it. I'm not a fan of how Smoggy's using his Phage utility on Lotus either. He just seems to be throwing all of it in the mid-round, so they have nothing to play retake. They were playing retake A every round on defense, and I didn't get to see the attack side, but they didn't get enough rounds on their attack side either to make it easy for them.
I think the one thing that you probably could make a video on TMV, I don't know what he prefers to be called. TMV Chris, I imagine just TMV.
I did not know his name was Chris. There you go.
I think I wanted to
learn a new thing.
Supposedly also thinking man Valorant is my Discord kitten.
Oh.
According to Tom Biz's community.
Oh.
So we haven't had that conversation yet.
Yeah, Kang saw the video about the chamber being troll and then he started playing Cypher, and it's a lot worse. He needs to go back to playing chamber. Actually, no, he doesn't. He needs to stop playing Raze.
Yeah, I think the collate of, you could collate a lot of stuff from like Silver on, like there's a really nice owl drone that you could do from CT.
Yeah, the drone
that ramps up all the way to the wall and just gets all of like mid. Like,
yeah, Viva was doing that today. Yeah,
I think Top came up with that first.
The Chinese partner teams are being announced in the early part of December, so very, very shortly. I mean, it's 1 week until the beginning of December, and then it won't be much longer after that. And they did say as well that just like in the other regions, the teams themselves will be allowed to announce before the official announcement. So,
oh, really?
So from our point of view, it'll feel like different teams kind of like trickling out the announcements of like, hey, we got into partnership. Maybe we as the English-speaking audience won't see those as consistently just because they'll be posted mostly on Chinese social media. But yeah, there'll be an official announcement after that as well. Yeah, I'm sure they will.
Oh, they are still running the same comp, but with the Phoenix as well.
Wait, what?
Autumn is off the chamber and on the Phoenix. How could we not see this coming, honestly?
No, they still have the chamber, though. Wait, so what?
Yeah, I know, they moved TCH over to it.
Right, so they're not running KO, they're running Phoenix. Well, that does make a bit more sense.
Also, Ayang Silver. I don't think he was on Silver before either.
I've seen Autumn, I think Autumn, actually, play Phoenix on this map before. Phoenix used to...
Yeah, they ran
Autumn used to
double
play-
duelist, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they played Jet. They played Jet Phoenix, right? I saw one of the Chinese teams playing Jet Phoenix, but I feel like I saw Stu playing Jet. Was that maybe Rare Atom were running Jet Phoenix? And I've mixed it up?
Yeah, I think that was like very early on.
我觉得他们觉得这套阵容更适合自己。好的，也是进入到 T 对阵 FunPlus 的第2张地图，由 T 的。
I think
Okay,
FX is just the only team that's dedicated to the harbor of all
I
things.
like the Harbor as well. I like the Viper Harbor on this map. I think it's good, but I think this is going to be a very interesting comp to get value out of. Because it's kind of like... anyway, let's have a look.
This is the content game.
Quick, we need to head them off with the pass. They're coming out the other end of elbow. They've got so many smokes, we can't tell where they are.
I mean, Flexid gets one and he's still got just cataract vision with all
Look
the
how
smokes.
good the Harbor is, though, man. Look how good it is. You use the Viper to get in through the first choke point. The Harbor wall allows you to get out. You have the Cove as well. Dude, it's so good.
Yeah, so it's the same comp that they ran before they ran the Autumn on Chamber thing, but the Silver is new for them.
Right, but they ran the Sova before with the Sova KO comp as well. So it's like a combination of the two comps.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's how they worked it out. But let's just mesh these two things together.
Bad plan spot, but they got the job done in the end. The TE comp is really weird though as well. Like, not running the Cypher on either team when Cypher is in its most broken state right now. Like, Cypher is currently at the perfect apex of he's been buffed really hard and people haven't figured out how to deal with him easily yet.
Yeah, exactly. And
I
like
guess-
it's like full map control too. You don't need to worry about sticking a killjoy on 1 or 2 sites.
Yeah. I feel like over time, people will figure out how to deal with the Cypher setups a bit more and he won't be as useful. But
Yeah.
at the moment, even the teams that are running the Sova and the teams that are running the Rays and stuff like that are not actually dealing with his setups really well.
两边都是在打体验枪啊，但反而是风光运气可能稍微不太好，但奥德这个时候从中路。
I assume though that one of the reasons they've inserted the Sova into this comp is because they like its ability to break the traps. But I mean, TE
Yeah,
playing
100%.
I like that usage of the Cove to try and break the one-way setup, but what's this guy doing around here? What's this funky little shorty doing in tiles, eh?
I like the way they properly skedaddles as well.
He could have killed both of them. I don't think he realized, but Berlin and Autumn were both weak enough that the shorty would have killed from that distance. He just didn't go for it, obviously, because it seems ridiculous to try and take a shorty fight at that range, but those were the two players weak enough to die. Flexing smoke there is interesting too. It's a nice idea to create pressure front sight if you have backside control, but they didn't. Ah, what the fuck? That lineup for the wallbang. That thing in market is made of tissue paper. I don't know what they made. They made the newsstand out of the newspapers. It's got no metal in it whatsoever. It's just made of
It's
papier
law
mache.
accurate. What do you mean?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, still good damage done.
In Premier, we're trying to find breach aftershocks that break trips and also clear common angles. Yeah, that's a great idea, actually.
I was just sort of thinking as well, like, because I said that you were streaming, I was like, oh, like, so far it's been a good game with, like, EDG and Rare Atom, but it's not been the typical weirdness.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we got the,
And then we got this.
We're getting the
Like,
weirdness.
he's not getting the full China experience, and then this is the full China experience.
Yeah. All right, rifles. Let's have a look then. So TCH is going to be opping. into their own Viper setup. Well, this seems a bit weird, but they're not going to use the wall. Wow, TZH
also the Silver
Recon.
Recon in the corner, and then with the harbor wall, like it's just like free mid control. It's so hard to contest that if you trace.
It really is. That's what another reason why Harbor's amazing on this map, in my opinion, is because you can just run through the walls. It's so much more difficult to run through the walls, rather. Like if you wall over towards mid or something, yeah, no one's contesting that. They're not going to throw counter utility and try and force their face through the harbor wall. Nice from Flexing to get in front of all of the Viper setup and punish Lysor. That's got to be something now that Lysor's aware of. He's going to need, like, I don't know. They don't have Prowlers, do they? I was literally about to say Prowler because I'm so used to people playing Fade on this map, but they don't have a Prowler.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Drone at the beginning there? Is he Sova? That seems like such a waste of drone. Alright, here's a wall though into B. They're going to wall and drone B. Oh no, Autumn swung and crouched instantly. Looking like me out there.
Panicking when he sees a gecko, I mean, I get it.
Good crosshair placement. I feel like everybody's pre-aiming that.
Oh, the Dizzy.
Really well. Oh! Wait a second, that was nuts.
I think I'm a little bit ahead of you.
Yeah, I think you are just a little bit, but goddamn. Wait, what the hell was that? I want to see the replay. Actually, I want to go back and have a look at that again.
I'll let you know if they have anything in the POVs that shows it off.
So they blast back over with the Dizzy. So the Dizzy bounces off the wall, and they have the wingman.
Yeah.
Dizzy wingman combo is so good. When you can actually pull that off properly for a retake, it's so much pressure, Dizzy wingman.
Yeah, because I saw TMV's video like on the Gecko usage. I can't remember who it was. It might have been EDG on Breeze. Like not using utility for ages, but I think the thing is just how you could wait a minute and then just explode all of that utility out in one go, and it's just so hard to deal with. So long as you put it in a place where you can maybe pick it up and use afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, getting use out of the refreshable nature of it and then still having it for the retake would be the best case scenario, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, the Harbor ult is again so fucking good. Look how much value the Harbor ult gets. Dude, play Harbor on this map, please. It's so good. The thing is, if you're playing Harbor on this map, though, you're not playing Solo Smoke's Double Initiator, and I actually think the Double Initiator comps are also looking quite good against Sova's. But if you are going to play Double Smokes, play Harbor.
I mean, that's the only sad thing about the meta at the moment, is just that you still have double control and Harbor's been used less and less. Like, he is the truth.
Yeah, I think the flexibility of Omen on certain maps, like on Haven, is really, really great. But I think that the smokes and how much you can look over the top of them and the value that the ultimate gets on this map, it just... It's a Harbor map, baby. It's a Harbor map.
I feel like that with Breeze as well. Like, I like teams that play Harbor Viper on Breeze. Like, definitely over, like, the Omen, but it sort of depends if you want to run, like, Double Initiator or... like a Cypher.
Yeah, I think Harbor Viper Breeze is the wave as well. But, well... I'm unsure, actually, on Breeze, because of the Cypher buffs recently.
Yeah, I think...
I don't really know how much
always want Double Initiator.
You
could play Harbor Viper Cypher. I haven't seen very many people doing that.
You just have Solo Sky and a Raze?
I don't know, even Solo Sky Jet or something, but it doesn't feel like enough initiator utility for all of the space that you need to take on attack.
Yeah, even on defense, really. Like having the Sky on B for like the flash and Trailblazer elbow and then KO knife on A main if they just decide to go super fast.
Yeah, the KO knife is super useful actually on the defense side. But yeah, you could just play a retake a lot if you're playing Viper Harbor. I don't know. Maybe you can make something like that work. Oh, there we go. That's a good little dizzy lineup. So they know that there's somebody over towards A. Flexin is playing with the Bucky here in elbow.
That's the one I use. Oh, full disclosure, I've become a like proper Gecko main in ranked. I've become a sin on society.
Tragedy.
Yeah.
I wasn't saying tragedy about what we watched. I'm saying tragedy about you becoming a Gecko main.
I mean, Sky is so boring, man. I'm so done with, like, just get her out of the game.
Good.
It's so good, but
so
I'm
powerful.
so bored.
There are still quite a lot of teams still running the Cypher on Breeze. There's a fair few, but a lot of the Pacific teams and Chinese teams are running Cypherless, double initiated, double smoke comps. Alright, so now we're gonna have rifles up for TE, and they take a timeout. I feel like Trace's composition is so difficult to play on defense. Without the information that a Sentinel provides, how do you play the defense side properly on this map?
You just gotta like play with your face more than anything, but
yeah, but you can't push mid
mid's
because
been
of
cleared,
the Harbor and the Sova. So what do? Do you play A aggressive every round? You have to commit so many people to that. You have to commit like 3 people. It just weakens the rest of the map. Incredibly
really early options to like be main. That's kind of it, because I imagine like the Chamber's mostly going to be on like A. You got the Gecko that could dizzy from sight. You got an Omen that could, well, not an Omen that can flash, but still.
Yeah, incredibly, FPX have got the comp differential here. C9, I think, was also running the double smokes, double initiator, but Jake's walls were impressing me more than even the Makos. Yeah, I think Jake's a fantastic player. I think Jake's Harbor usage is really, really good and doesn't get talked about enough. They've already changed their comp around quite a bit, Merky Barak. They've been experimenting with a couple of things.
But these teams are Fnatic.
No, FPX here on.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah.
They've tried two very different comps, and now they're blending them in the middle.
Yeah, I think Trace came up with this comp to sort of counter what EDG were doing with the Chamber before, it felt like. Because he had a lot of ideas on how to like aggressively take A when they're attacking. So their attack side could be something that they can
I think their attack side will be
yeah.
really good. Yeah, this comp looks like it should be great on attack. It just feels like we're gonna have very attack-sided performances here from both of these teams.
Yeah, look at high B, just even on the minimap. Just checking mid, checking B, checking mid, frantically looking around.
Yeah.
Like, both Prowlers have been used, and they're still going to be in mid, and there's only so much you can still work with.
I like that Cascade as well that they've used. I like the Phoenix Wall. There's just so many good things here. Oh, and then you're walking through the Harbor Wall. They actually do manage to get one. What a solo play by the Gecko. Oh my.
That's my IGL. Yeah, I'll work it out.
I can pause for a sec as well if you want.
We can do it in half or something.
Oh, whoa, why? Literally, why? Actually, why? Why did we give them? Why did we give FPX any chance of clutching that? Why? Why was there even a shred of a chance?
Yeah, it's not as if Trace's money is pretty terrible.
This is such a big solo play there.
Do you think collegiate esports makes sense? I understand it's physical sports because the gap between a collegiate player in, say, basketball and a pro is insane, but it feels much smaller in Valorant.
No, collegiate esports to me doesn't really make sense as a concept at all. If people are playing esports in college, they're probably going to be, like, in theory, could be at the top of their game. There's really no reason why they shouldn't be competing in the main circuit. But one of the reasons collegiate esports does make sense is because the colleges are happy to put a lot of money into it because it attracts people to their programs, and they end up making a lot more money off them just paying tuition fees and stuff. So they're happy to subsidize scholarships, provide resources, that kind of stuff. So it's useful for us in the esports because the colleges are putting a lot of money into it. But it doesn't make sense. It allows people, I suppose, to compete while still doing school stuff, which is cool, but it doesn't fit into the circuit.
Oh, fun. Oh, they're using Thrasher too. This is just actually pure chaos.
I mean, he's just gonna get pushed from behind. They have no control on defense.
Yeah.
I respect the fact that Kai tried to run backwards there. Yeah, Trace just need a couple of rounds where FPX beef or do something badly, or somebody has a pop-off round from Trace or something. They just need to get like a few rounds on the board so that they can try to bring this back on their attack side.
Oh, did they have a recon there that they used on the B site that's like the window between market and like CT?
Honestly, I haven't been paying that much attention to the Sova setups.
Yeah, I wanted to in the last game, but because it was so like one-sided, I was like, oh, we didn't really get to see much of it. The defense stuff has been really good. I don't know how much, like, I feel like Cypher could have like a big swing to be the main initiator, just with how quickly things are moving around with the Cypher. But this is a weird game because it feels that both teams are trying to like maybe play against Cypher comps, yet neither are running it. So they're just sort of playing whatever they can.
How long is this tech pause going to be for?
I don't think they've really ever been that long.
I was amazed at how quickly they went from map to map and match to match.
Oh yeah, that's got a lot faster.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not really interested in looking at the Sova stuff in general. I'm looking at this particular this Sova is up to. Let's see what they did in this round. So Ayoung's throwing a shock darts at the beginning of the round on B. Both shock darts. And then he's reconning mid with a bounce recon. So they've got their Sova weirdly trying to maintain like B main control, which doesn't seem like a very effective way of playing that. But then they've managed to find a good timing in past flexing. I play Smash Bros, which is a poverty esport. I made 10 times more playing collegiate than I ever did from tournaments. Yeah, I mean, collegiate's good in that kind of sense for smaller esports. For Valorant, though, the reason why I'm saying it doesn't really fit into the ecosystem is because if you're a very good collegiate player, then you're faced with a really tough decision potentially if you get good, which is you might be offered like 200k or something to drop out of school.
Yeah.
And that's not really a very good thing to put people, like, it's not, I don't know. It doesn't seem great to put people in positions like that where they could just end up going from collegiate into a career and abandoning their school course. Or alternatively, what, you're supposed to just keep the really good players in collegiate? Maybe if they were in challengers. But not many of the collegiate teams are competing in challengers.
Okay, actually gets a really big kill top mid as well. But Berlin just looks up on their own.
Yeah, a bit of a little feedy play there from Berlin has made this round winnable for TE.
这一下的方 boss 也是两个人抱团来到了 B 点。今年清理
So I think at the start of the round, Kai put down this wall, pushed mid, got hit by the recon dart, and then went market. And what, did FPX just think that there was multiple people pushing mid with this Viper wall, and instead they're all on A?
Yeah, possibly. This is just going to come down to a lot of timings, I think, with the chamber and the Sova. Recon here could be really helpful for TCH. But they're gonna just fucking swing. Alright, where's the final player? Let's think about the final player.
Be main.
There they are, and you didn't use Recon. Oh, winnable though. Oh, heartbreaker for Trace. That's one of the rounds that I was saying they needed, like, a miracle or FPX to make a mistake or something.
Yeah.
That's one of the ones that you're looking at.
后面的 YOU 他太想对枪了，太想对枪，导致自己的血量不健康的一个情况下，但凡他血量健康一些，高团往前贴，小开完成那个截杀过后，两边完全可以去打一个同步。
是，这个同步没打上是比较可惜啊。
I mean, that was like a complete eco, I'm pretty sure, as well, from Trace. But it wasn't like a Guardian or like a lower buy, it was just all pistols.
Alright, they're going to pit B main right at the beginning. And this time the Sova's playing over towards A control. Wow. The Gecko utility. Oh my god! Feng Feng, what are you up to, man? Oh! Dude, Trace, you had such a good chance of winning this round, and you decided to just fight them in mid too heavily. Through the harbor wall, jumping at them. Why? Why do you want to toss away the 5v4? This looks like the final round between EDG and Rare Atom as well on Sunset, where they just threw away a 5v4 by running at their opponents. We need the discipline. More discipline, please. Alright, fake plant, flash through. Oh my god, I mean, this is a no fear play. What are you up to, man? Yeah, even when Trace get into good positions, even when it's not their comp that's the problem, they can't win these rounds. I mean, unless Kai just wins a 1v3. He doesn't know where Berlin is. Unfortunate.
It's a shame because he was low health. I mean, these games are always good because it just sort of feels like both teams... They're both used to finishing high in this tournament, but they definitely both look nervous. Like, shaky for sure. But for Trace, I don't think there's really much need to. Like, you're a map up. Even like 3 rounds, 9-3 at the half isn't bad. You can still pull that back.
Yeah, 9-3... They need at least 1 round out of the last 3 though. So they got mid control, except that Feng Feng is pushed up. Yeah. So this time, no Sova dart being used over towards mid, just the harbor wall.
Yeah.
If there had been a Sova dart there, Feng Feng would have had to break it, and then suddenly they know that there's somebody in mid. I feel like I don't think FPX are being super coordinated in terms of how they take the map control. It's just that Trace's composition struggles so much with having information around the map. Even with the double initiator, it just doesn't have the sentinel to give you that constant info of one area of the map.
Yeah, maybe Sod's Law, you recon mid, 9 times, and then the one time you don't do it is when they actually push and fight it.
These plants have all been pretty poor as well from FPX. Actually, maybe that plant is fine for the pit.
Good for the Viper Wall too. Because they've been doing this Viper Wall each time.
But I think you can plant... I think you can defuse whilst being safe behind the box, can't you? But you might not be able to. Oh. Hey, I'm just whiffing.
Okay.
How did YOU just kill 3 in the pit with the sheriff?
Replay,
Give me
please.
a replay. Give me a replay. What?
You know this is going to be the round where they don't show a replay. Like, they just don't have it.
You can definitely defuse whilst being safe behind that. The C's.
Oh my god.
Okay. The C's landed really nicely in there as well. Okay. That was 3 out of 5 of YOU's kills. With a sheriff in a pit.
Oh god, yeah.
They just haven't been able to play the game. They're just constantly scrambling, trying to plug holes in their defense.
He's been playing with high B's playing at the moment, like just sort of top CT, and then just having to like haunt mid, and then just holding top mid in case anybody pushes him. So I think he's just kind of been stuck where he is now.
Me, when I played a Viper operator hard anchoring B, I mean, Tracer lost.
Kai is their jet player. Not that that makes it any better, but gives it a little bit more context.
I mean, his open seems good. It's just very bizarre, uncomfortable. But this is looking like one of their best rounds because they actually have some control. They don't have any mid info though. I assume they close market because they're not paying attention to it.
No timing.
TZH has just slipped through. Oh, he's missing. Oh, he's missing. He missed all of his shots. TZH, what the hell?
He paranoid the other people in alley as well. He stopped them.
What the fuck?
Flexen played that absurdly good. He does die.
Oh no. Oh, the whiffs! Oh, the whiffs! Oh no! Oh Jesus! Oh my god! That, I mean, I guess it should have been FPX's round anyway, because TCH was whiffing on flexing, but once the whiffs just came back in the other direction straight afterwards.
Did you see him spin around there? He did a full 360!
And he jumped. He did a 360 jump.
There's no chance that he just did a jumping 360 FaZe Clan montage clip in this round.
Look at the coach. I mean, those are the rounds as a coach that just mauled you out of control. All right. Berlin is opping on attack side, because of course he is. The attack side op Harbor, FBX have all of the ults in the world, and they are pushing into 3 players here at top mid. There was no way of expecting 3 players to be here at top mid. So they've now lost the Phoenix ult, but they still have the Harbor ult. And a Sova ult as well that might end up being useful. I don't really know what you can do with it on the attack side.
I feel like this series has been, like, Riot has told these teams and players, like, you're not in partnership nor Ascension next year. Like, partway through this game. And they've gone, well, fuck this then. I'm opping on attack as a Harbor when there's a Chamber on my team.
Yeah. Okay, they Harbor ult, and now Berlin has picked up a rifle. Things are not mega troll, but we're not using our Sova to get into the site, by the way. No recon, no drone. We're playing our Sova lurk, and he's found a kill, and now he has the ult for post plan. Well, they have Dizzy Wingman to retake this. They could Dizzy Wingman market. They Dizzy backside. They know where the Sova's positioned. They now know all 3 players. They know all 3 players. The C's doesn't catch anybody. God, this plant position is so exposed. It's actually really nice. That's a... Yeah, I mean, Trace get the 9-3. If they get Pistol, they actually might still be able to win this, because I feel like their attack side is going to be really potent with this composition, and I think FBX have some potential for trolling, but it's going to be still really tough. Ideally, like, 8-4 would have been a lot better. 8-4 plus Pistol, and I feel confident about Trace coming back into this. 9-3 in Pistol.
上半场比分战到3比9
Don't
的
know.
一个情况之下，下半场
Who knows?
悬念来了呀。
I think this game has just been the universe trying to correct itself, but it's not sure what it's correcting to.
I mean, FPX always have the potential for trolling, don't they? I'm not saying that's a hot
Yeah,
take.
no matter. That's just no matter what team, the EMEA roster to this one,
True,
is like a
actually.
curse that continues on. Like Angel is with these guys in spirit.
Wait, does the F in what the Fly Phoenix Fly? That's not what the F stands for, though, is it? It's Fun Plus. It's not. The team is not called Fly Phoenix. It's Fun Plus Phoenix.
I feel like we would have been told that at this point, you know.
Yeah, they haven't changed the name of the organization. I guess maybe that's like a slogan or something, or maybe just a fan created it.
Like a GE fighting hashtag.
Yes, hello India.
也是看到小开选手最近的一个状态是越来越保持的好了，但是目前在第2张地图，他们
Where does the X come from in your theory? It's the X at the end of Phoenix.
给到的两边的选手数据对比，阿阳今天在这张地图的状态相当之好，而且来了经典的
Otherwise it would be FPP.
精准击败率啊，距离他的这个记
Yeah,
录来说
FPX is a better acronym.
Which is what, like the Financial Protection Program? Not really the coolest name for an org.
No, it's
阿阳来
not.
说，我只能说，确实是他的水平。
Because Paper X would just be PR as well. The X enables them to not sound like they are some boring like federal organization.
Okay, that's an interesting wall, but it didn't quite land. I like the idea of it, but it also means that Lysor is committed pretty heavily here. Oh, fight, elbow. TCH gets away. They recon to reclear with Autumn. They're going to group up B. Does Lysor get one? Oh my god, that aim.
They just walk through the smoke.
His crosshair placement's so bad, though, because he's aiming at a staircase. Like, he doesn't know what height they're going to come out of. And the wingman gets the plant. Any post-plant positions? I guess they know that Kai is somewhere around here, so finding the lurk would be really useful. Time to accelerate, Chamber. Time to accelerate. Alright, TCH finds Kai. I would have approved a little more if the rest of the FPX guys had helped, so that could have happened quicker. But I don't think this post-plant's going to get broken. Yeah, they've got so much utility still. Because they just contacted B main.
It's on.
拿下这场局，那就是往5比9去了。而且目前现在这个状态，我觉得
Fly Phoenix Fly is from a world song. Ah, didn't know that.
掌控了自己的主动权的同时，也一直
I don't watch Worlds because I don't follow League of Legends, so I didn't know that.
I always feel like I'm missing out by not following League.
Yeah, but
From
also
like
if
the
you
esport perspective, but not
but the
game.
problem is if you follow League, you have to watch League.
Yeah, that's it.
And that is a big problem, in my opinion.
That's the That's the cause.
Yeah. Just watch Worlds, or I could watch something else that I understand and appreciate.
Like not even in esports, but like in other sports. Or like productions you like to watch.
Sports stuff?
Or just other esports.
I'll watch some like I'll watch talk shows in sports to get ideas for like how they construct their segments and stuff. And I'll watch some NBA stuff occasionally. I watch F1 because Beth watches it. What else? Tennis I watch quite a lot of, though that doesn't really, I don't think has basically any relation to esports stuff. And then I watch a lot of comedy as well.
甲也掉了，技能也用了，但是他们要确保自己枪不掉。
You both have thefts. We do, yeah.
没什么太大问题，主要是
We had this conversation at Istanbul, I'm pretty sure.
Probably.
Two bald northern men with spouses called Beth.
I don't watch a lot of NBA's Rast. Just a bit.
打掉留一手，在比较激进的一个位置去架。
这一下 TU 是想要往 B 区先给你施加点动静啊，因为他知道你上博了肯定是在 A， 为什么 A 区其实上博了有一个很
Trace, I feel, thought that they would be able to have permanent access to B main to run their execs, and that's a bit of an issue for them at the moment.
I mean, it's a big dedication of utility from FPX anyway, but they used the Cascade and then the High Tide wall as well in B main.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to get through though. I mean, you'd have to commit like Fade and Raise utility to get through there. Oh, good value out of the chamber there.
并且旁边还有 Autumn 在做一个过点的支架，你还不敢扑，因为你一旦扑了
Only Tories watch tennis? That's just so untrue. Tennis is such a phenomenal sport. Tennis is also pretty easy to get into without spending a lot of money. Tennis coaching can be really expensive, but there's a lot of free tennis courts that are simple to access for a lot of people around the world. Tennis ball and tennis racket. Where the fuck did that recon go? I don't feel like that recon was supposed to go over there, unless it landed in elbow.
I don't know, it might have been cleared super quickly. I wasn't really watching for it.
It went over the top of the site. Wow, big from Lysor, winning both of those duels at the end. Badminton better than tennis? Yeah, but badminton's actually more difficult to get into. You need an indoor space to be able to play it, which is always gonna...
specific nets.
Yeah, yeah. But unless you're in a country that plays a lot of badminton, it's much more difficult to find badminton. Tennis is more ubiquitous. You'll find those all over the world. And there's almost always free access to tennis courts. There's very rarely free access to badminton courts.
I wonder if it's
badminton's
easy to
fucking
get table
wonderful. I love
tennis.
playing badminton.
Table tennis or tennis.
I think it's easier to get into tennis, weirdly enough. Because table tennis as well, you need either an indoor space or no wind. Whereas tennis, you can play outdoors in any weather that isn't like blowing a fucking gale or really wet. Can't you play badminton on tennis courts? No, definitely not. Badminton's an amazing sport. I was playing badminton last night.
Here's the Aldrin.
Yeah, here it goes. Up on the rooftops. Meow.
It's just up there for so long as well. You compare that to like a horn, it just gets cleared instantly.
And also, what I noticed, and Ashika was saying in the chat as well, I think, is that the attackers can't really hear it that well. The attackers
that's
constantly
true,
get caught out by it because you don't really hear it going off as it is raising up in the air. I like this B split. They finally got B main control and executing the B split. Come on. Come on.
It's just about winning the right fights.
Oh,
I mean, Ang's got one high B there.
Yeah, he does get caught by the horn to the end. They should be able to win this, but they need to be worried about B main. Do they have any idea that TCH is behind them in B main? No. No, they've lost the round. Wow, that's it. That's the GG. We're going to split. Isn't badminton the one where you fight with the wall? That's squash or racquetball.
Fight with the wall is such a good way to put it, though. You don't have an opponent. It's just two versus wall. It's squash.
You win if you break the wall.
It's like fucking well rated, like a PvE competitive game.
I really enjoy fencing. Yeah, Achilles and Wolf have both done fencing before in the past. Now, if you want to talk about Tory sports, fencing is absolutely a Tory sport. You need a lot of gear, you need a lot of coaching, or like lessons at least. That's high barrier to entry.
比赛进行到这个
Climbing is PvE, actually. You're right. Climbing is a PvE sport.
有所部署的了，
Yeah.
都是选手可能要根据不同。
What are some other PvE
那
sports?
这样的话，
hiking? Is that really a sport though?
Yeah, it's not exactly a sport, but yeah.
Competitive hiking, yeah.
Yeah. I guess in some sense, any kind of distance sport is like PvE. It's like you versus the track or something, I suppose you could say.
Mountain biking's a good one.
Golf. Actually, golf is definitely PvE. It's you, like, there is literally a par on every hole that you're supposed to try to beat. That's PvE.
It's like
you don't even need an opponent.
Simulations, yeah, like in World of Warcraft, you're simming gear.
Yeah.
That's what golf bars are.
Archery is PvE. Yeah, decent. Like anything that has a target is fairly PvE, isn't it?
Anything when you are the only enemy. You are your worst enemy.
Isn't it Tory too, especially if you go to a country club to play? What, for like golf? Yeah, golf is very Tory. In fact, in terms of the most like Tory sport that you could come up with in the UK, I would say golf.
Who was it that said the fishing is full on PvP? I don't really think the fish see it that way. They're not playing competitively, just trying not to die.
I don't think the fish are even trying not to die. The fish are just looking for a tasty snack, and if some of them happen to be attached to hooks, they don't really realize. Yeah, I don't know how that missed.
Yeah, they're just like GG go next when it happens.
Yeah. Hopefully I get released. Alright, FPX going for a re-clear of mid as well without too much utility. Just swinging with 3 players. No reaction from Trace to try and take A control. This game's over. F1 is a Tory sport? Yeah, if you're participating in it, but there's so few people that participate in racing that I didn't even think to bring it up. It's
That's
so
like some
exclusive.
sort of like Reddit question. What's an easier esport? What's an easier sport to get into? Tennis or Formula 1? Just out of touch.
How do you even get into F1? Do kart racing when you're a kid, which is expensive.
Cricket to me feels very Tory. I've never liked cricket.
Yeah, it's a very countryside sport because you need a lot of space to play it as well. Hello. Are you well? Okay. Have you eaten any lunch? Okay. Good. Very nice. I'm gonna cook some.
I wonder what that was for a second.
Cool.
I lost the beginning of then.
Oh my god, yeah, I forgot about that. Yes, in an hour. Wow. Yeah, I have definitely forgotten about that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay. I will make sure that I get there. Okay, sounds good. Love you. This game's pretty much over.
然后打闪光需求的一个声音，应该是被小开有所听到，但是防守方已经是比较激进的把中路的位置给控到了。在这个地方，刘一手能听到海量的一个信息，包括像这一个剑影 ，TZH 在 A elbow 的位置，但是他这次好像没有放闪转自如哦。
Wait, did somebody really just say if you call soccer football, it's a Tory sport?
但是还是选择打一波了。开题，暗眼推了，第一时间没能够推好。而且这个暗眼是赶开了他放闪转自如的一个位置，到了他一个传送不了的地方。那来看一下这波反清怎么说了。奥特拉出来，进步的直接被看到了，还有一个刘一手，哦，跟枪没有能够跟上，打了一个1换1，丢一个手稳。这样的话，防守方刘一手的位置基本上是被确定的。 柏林，反掉了现在你的站位，柏林点了一个黑背，这一个抱拳基本点内所有位置都站不了，但是这个地方没有去搜弗勒辛， 找到了一个侧身，近点掉一个人，看到了风风闪闪能够再抽一个，直接要硬拆吗？本林藏在里面。
Also for me, Josh is muted. So I don't know what's going on. And I'm having a chat with Sideshow's chat through Sideshow. Josh isn't here. Oh, I'm in full control.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm
he
back.
muted.
I'm back. I'm back.
I heard a voice say hello. It freaked me the fuck out because it sounded like somebody that I knew.
Oh.
And I was like, because what was weird
wife.
as well is the person that it sounded like messaged me on Discord. So I'm like, is this some sort of like MSN like nudge feature that they put in Discord now?
Well, they have added, like, when you join a channel, you can set a noise that is played when you join the channel.
Oh no.
There's like an entry noise, and wow. FPX are dominating them with this B main control. I was not expecting this when I saw that comp. Trace just cannot find a way past this wall. I mean, one of the ways to play against this as well is just to take mid control at the start of the round and then go back into B main and re-clear it like 40 seconds in. But they just want to fight it at the start.
Even a Viper's Pit. Quite like that one actually in market.
Oh, people are definitely using outrageous sound bites. When Smex joins the Discord server, it plays some kind of fucked up song, which is not acceptable. Grievo, thank you for the 8 months. Okay, I saw someone say worm charming earlier as well. I'm gonna bite. What is worm charming? It sounds like what you do in the bedroom. What is worm charming?
只有 TZH 一个人在单防，但是 TZH 他选择了这么老他抽一枪，
责任越大，责任越大，抽到了，
就是这个位置。
They're going A with 20 seconds left. They're going to clear the trap. TCH is still there. Hunter's Fury doesn't connect. We're going to a third map.
Yep. We go next. We go next.
I think comps-wise, well, it's not going to be as fucking outlandish as what we've just seen here, so...
Worm charming is actually a thing. You smack the ground to get worms to come up to the surface, and then you collect them. What? That's a real thing.
That's definitely... I've heard that before, but I didn't know it was called worm charming. I think that's a bit of a mislabel. Like, you're not really charming them, you're shaking them out of the ground.
Yeah.
Not polite.
I've definitely never heard of that before. I've seen some bizarre sports in my time, like the there's a what's it called? There's a poo sticks championship in Oxfordshire.
Wait, define poo sticks.
It's a game that Winnie the Pooh played, hence the name.
Oh,
with Christopher Robin, where you get on a bridge. So to draw an illustration of it, so there's like a... I'm going to draw an illustration.
Right, let me watch. Let me just go.
There's a river, right? That flows like this, and the river's flowing in this direction. Yeah?
Yeah.
And then there's a bridge that goes over the top, like this. So this is a bridge that people are on, right? And you stand on top of the bridge. So this is all... Let me color this in, actually, because this is a bridge, right? So this is... Oh my god, I've committed far too heavily to trying to color this. This is going to take forever. All right.
I appreciate the energy that you're putting into this, to be fair.
So you stand on the bridge here. So this is a person on the bridge. And you get your stick. Actually, I've drawn them in the wrong spot, my bad.
Are you running out of colors to use on it?
Yeah, basically. So you stand here. So two people would be standing here and here with different sticks. And they throw their stick in the river. So stick 1, stick 2. And the sticks travel along underneath the bridge. And whichever one reaches the other side first is the winner.
Okay.
They just get carried along by the current. And whoever reaches the other side first, under the bridge, to the other side of the bridge, is the winner. And so the skill is in finding the best stick that's going to float and travel the quickest. And also in finding the correct part of the river that's going to have the fastest current.
So it's like as the stick travels past, literally like a horizontal line from when the bridge. So would there be some sort of like bridge VAR to double check which
when they do an official tournament, when they do an official tournament in Oxfordshire,
Please tell me they don't have VAR for a bridge and a stick.
They hand out pre-selected sticks that are all the same.
Okay.
So the stick selection is taken away from you. You can't bring your own stick. And then they have a line. They don't do it exactly on the bridge. They have a line drawn like this with officials on either side to determine whose stick passed the line first. There is an official tournament for this, yes. It got cancelled due to COVID, but hopefully it's coming back. You're describing 16th century gacha. Well, you don't have to pay for, like, stick upgrades or anything.
I can imagine the content creators back in the 16th said, yo, what's up, guys? Here's a stick that's really heavy at this end.
Hey, guys,
is it worth it?
Here's why you should always be picking Ash for your poo sticks. And here's an 8-minute video to maximize the amount of mid-roll ads that I can run while still retaining viewership about why Ash is the perfect wood type for your poo sticks. Cue the intro.
First, have you heard of Raid Shadow Legends?
For when you're not playing poo sticks at tournaments in Oxfordshire, Raid Shadow Legends is the perfect game to tickle that itch. Yeah.
To waste your time on.
That's what the 16th century content creators were all up to. Regional advantage depending on what trees are around. Yeah, but you can only play it within one region, right? So you're not picking, you're not picking some bamboo and taking it into Oxfordshire. You're just using what's around the bridge that you're playing on. It's not BYOS. You can't bring your own stick.
Bring your own stick.
You have to find it in the area.
Just attaching weights on the inside or something. But you'd probably want it to be lighter if you want. I put way too much thought into poo sticks. Like, would you want a heavier stick or a lighter stick for it to travel faster and further? Probably lighter.
I don't know. I've never figured out the perfect meta. I've never put the time in. What if I planted it in advance? Wait, so you're going to deliberately plant bamboo months in advance? Actually, bamboo is very quick growing. Does that mean the game is finite? What if you run out of sticks?
What if we run out of rivers?
What if the entire world runs out of sticks? I think you're more likely to run out of people who want to play poo sticks than run out of sticks.
Yeah, I mean, if we end up in a civilization that doesn't have sticks, I don't think not being able to play poo sticks, I don't think that's the biggest issue that we need to solve.
No, probably not.
I think that becomes low on the priority list.
I can't say that with confidence, but probably not.
Yeah, I mean, it is such a good fucking game.
Is Conkers Tory? No, Conkers is, at least as far as I'm aware, when my parents were young, it was like a very just ubiquitous game that everybody played that was very popular in just state schools. Another EDG loss. You want a quick recap of the EDG loss? I didn't watch the first half of Lotus, but they didn't get very many attacking rounds. I don't know why. Maybe Ryan can tell you. But I wasn't co-streaming it.
I've honestly, with games like this, I just lose all my memory. It just resets.
On the defense side though of Lotus, they were playing A retake a ton. They weren't fighting for A rubble control, and then on their A retakes they didn't have enough utility. They were playing the A retakes really weirdly. They didn't actually scale off paranoia. They didn't have any fade util to use, so they were just trying to like dry fight and rely on them holding angles for each other and their spacing to be able to retake, which it's just not going to get you the round wins that you need. They had a bit of a comeback and they looked okay, but they couldn't win it in the end. And then on Sunset, they have Kang Kang playing Cypher. It doesn't look great. His lurk timings just looked a little too aggressive, and the rest of the team was putting together some fairly shoddy executes in on the other side of the map. They also just got caught out by a lot of nice ideas that Rare Atom had, where they had like Stu was blast packing out with his showstopper on B, playing that really aggressively and denying them the space. On A, denying them the space that they needed to go for the execs. And then, yeah, they never really tried to go mid or B particularly. It wasn't a good game from EDG, but Rare Atom looked pretty good. You'll have to just wait for the finals, though, to see what EDG look like. Or the lower bracket final as well. Do people play Quidditch in Britain? Yeah, I think horrendously, I think they actually do. I think some people do meet up and try to play actual Quidditch, even though it's literally a game designed that you couldn't play. It's a terribly designed game, for starters. It's an awful game. And then not only that, you can't play it unless you can fly, and people still try to play it. I mean, that's how you know that your fanaticism of an IP has gone too far, when you try to do stuff like that.
It's definitely a Tory game, though.
I mean, 100%.
We didn't have access to flying in our state schools, that's for sure.
Should settle it with some shin
I watched it again for your stream, though, because I had it open, because you explained poo sticks. It's like, yeah, I'm just going to watch the watch party through Josh's watch party.
Ancient Ball, thank you for the 19 months. Apparently, shin kicking. I have looked into this, actually. Shin kicking seems like a terrible game as well. Because it's basically just you stop when someone's, like, hurt. Just a terrible
Have you seen
game.
the husband calling competition?
What?
It's like South USA... like Cletus, like literally rating how a woman shouts for their husband. Like genuinely, if there's a timeout or whatever, go find it. Or just like literally like how they do it. Like they're either just shouting their name out. It's sort of like Fred Flintstone, like Wilma kind of shit. But they'll be all different types. Like the fact that Get Deluxe has found a clip that quickly is a little bit concerning, but I'm all for it.
Okay.
Like it is incredible.
Messaging methods like texting and emailing can never compare to good old-fashioned yelling at the husband calling contest.
Bob! Hurry up! I don't want to be late. I don't want to be late to the great Iowa State Fair.
What is the competition?
It's just whoever has
who's first place?
Yourself in here right now. Come on. You know you're going to be late again, and you know that I want to get there on time.
I mean, I used to do Ultimate Frisbee at university, and I feel like it's one of the biggest sins I have ever casted upon this world.
What the fucking... I tell you what, though, my sister would absolutely dominate that contest. Her voice is like something I've never heard before. Right, sorry, let me get myself situated here. So we're playing default composition for Trace, and FPX are running...
This is what they run before.
Okay.
Yeah, like the Billy comp of the Cypher and the Viper.
Yeah. I don't mind that comp.
It's hard, I think, especially on attack it's hard. You try and do the Viper wall lurking on A with the Cypher, you just end up with both players like stepping on each other's toes.
you can set up a Viper lurk setup on B, and I think that's
yeah, like the old Nats wall.
Yeah.
It's what Billy used to do, but I mean they
the old safe wall.
A lot. Yeah.
Back when Bonk used to run it, when they were the first team in the world playing Viper. Okay, pistol for Trace.
I think this still leans heavily towards Trace now at this point. Unless FPX have been... like, I mean, to be fair, FPX cooked on Sunset and it looked a lot better. But Sunset we've just not seen from them for eons, feels like.
反而是小开过去了，但峰峰被转手秒掉了。对的，还行，最终结果是好的，T 拿下了首胜局的胜利。但是这张地图我们要知道，
I wasn't really paying attention to the pistol as much because I was still thinking about the women shouting at their husbands. But round 3, you're on an anti-eco and Kai still flicks for the head.
不然你开局就倒少了一个主烟位。还行，这也是双控场。
First bit of duelists played today as well.
Yeah.
So they got like Haven and Ascent, Kai's on the jet, and then Fung's on like Silver.
Huh.
So most
Really?
maps, Kai's on the yeah. I think that's kind of like a common thing. Like they actually have the Raze and Jet player be separate roles.
Yeah,
Like old days, like when the Silver player was usually the Raze player and then the Jet would go something else.
Yeah. There's still quite a few teams that do something like that as well. Like they have their flex player play the Raze. All gets a little complicated though.
不过这个时间段应该也已经知道了，你所有人是往 B 区去打的。
是。爆能器能够安置，那这个回合骑士方
God, I really want to shout like those women in the husband calling contest, but Beth's just gone for a nap, and I feel like that would be the cruelest thing I could possibly do.
I mean, if you shouted for her like that, I imagine she'd probably have a heart attack. She'd think something was up.
I think so.
She just gets to you and you're like, how would you rate that shout out of 10? I think you'd be done. I don't think you'd survive.
Couch speed run.
What's wrong is like, I feel like my intonation could have been better. That's what's wrong.
Have there been any more Chinese Overwatch players switch over yet? No, not as far as I'm aware of.
No, not yet. I've done my best to keep an eye out for them, but there's not been really anybody to yet. But I imagine they're waiting in the wings. Like they're probably they're bound to get offers, I think, for the partnership teams that actually get it.
Yeah, especially if there's some partnership teams that are not in the top 10 Chinese teams.
Yeah, like Billy actually could make a good amount of upgrades. And technically, they'd have some of the players stay on the same org if they still have them on contract.
Alright, so ramp control super early on here. No Cypher utility as yet to deal with. The cam just shot on ramp, giving away its position. It doesn't get broken. What are you doing, man? If this is going to be a B hit, why are you so far forwards? Okay, it works.
闪也没了，这个其实真的是，哎，这看到辫子了，只能硬顶了。但是团里是一把幻影啊，这应该不好出去再打了，因为这种远距离一发头部是没有办法致死的。
I like the patience here from Trace.
Yeah.
I like that they don't immediately go into the B hit after finding the pick. They're going to wait for the defenders to spread out a bit more.
And also just seeing the team not go for an A execute just like all of the time with double duelists. Because that feels like what FPX is sort of expecting here.
I mean, FPX have definitely got the right read. They're just relying on the Cypher, gambling a little bit over towards B. It's a nice B split, but still chances to defend. Oh, terrible way of trying to get out through B heaven. I do not like that from Feng Feng and YOU. Can Autumn win this?
Yeah, still good.
Oh, not quite.
配备现在显然也并不是很多啊，但是2打1起码确保人数优势，能够多一条枪线出来。
而且留一手回来基本是个白板。
对，障云再近点，你过障云你还是一层效果，一边想象，另外一边马上勾弹，两个人是高低的双架，就等你来4点清他们。
最稳的一个战法。
对，上下高低的双架，而且两个人都是贴墙，对方拉出来。
There's no chance. There's no chance. Come on.
Oh. Wow, so well played by Lysol. That anti-clutch spot gets used so often that people now know how to break it properly. Those little jiggle peaks are so good at dealing with that. Just trying to isolate one or like dead zone the first guy at the bottom and then force the second guy at the top to drop off. Wow. Perfectly played to save his team. Trace could have started running away with this attack side if they'd won that one. The economy is still going to be in a really bad spot for FPX. They only kept one player alive. They're on the defense side. They didn't get money for plant or anything.
Yeah, still a good bonus.
I think that 2v1 anti-clutch setup is now actually one of the worst setups that you can do. I think it's better to just crossfire.
It's also like they had so much time to move as well. They had plenty of time. Like sometimes you have teams that like, oh yeah, they plant, they're kind of stuck in that corner, so they have to go there. But I mean, Lysol was still CT, I think, when they planted.
They just wanted to move. They wanted to go for it. I think in theory it's a really good anti-clutch setup, but it just People know how to deal with it really well. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, very reactive there from Kai. Gets the kill, immediately pushes in now that he's killed the side tanker. Holding on to the space for the rest of the team. I like this. They scored the spike in. Now, don't overheat. No overheat time, Trace Esports. You still have 2 sky flashes to try and play with to counter flash.
As well. It's just how slow TCH is here. But his timings on these have been pretty good all day. Yeah, that went nicely.
Gets one. Wow, he gets both of them. TCH is he's just owned it. He's absolutely owned it. What a boss man.
I think he's been one of my favorite players to watch, like this act at least. Like he's been like decent, I think, throughout all of this tournament. He's never seemed like a bad player for FPX, but he's just been so impactful.
Yeah.
For key rounds, which you don't really see out of like just a Viper player doing stuff like this that much.
I would have liked to see Trace try and actually use the sky flashes that they had there a bit more proactively, but they got caught on the flank. I think if they'd been able to kill TZH, they would have tried to reflash out, and the whole round changes. Just TZH killing 2 of them in B main there when they were holding for it is brutal. It was 2 1v1s, but it's 2 1v1s that he should be losing a lot of the time, I think.
What is your like body clock being like? Because you do stream a lot on like an evening, don't you?
Yeah, I was up until...
That's also why I thought you were in the US, because you're like streaming like midnight and stuff.
I was up until like 3 AM last night, and then I woke up at 9:30 for this.
Oh.
That's why I was late, because I just couldn't stomach waking up on time. I was like, well, maybe they'll be late, maybe there'll be some kind of tech delay, and then it wasn't. It started efficiently on time.
Just rebellious nature. I mean, I've never really been a fan of doing like watch parties anyway, from my end, but like doing them in the morning is just so much nicer than like... I could never do like a VCT Americas watch party at like 10 PM UK time. I think I just end up hating myself after a while.
This is a weird setup. So Autumn takes contact, and then you try to paranoia, but the paranoia is such a thin slice. Okay, they're giving up on the setup. But what is going on here then? Oh, I like the nade. Got a lot more value out of the paranoia there because they had more of a...
Still trying to fight it.
Yeah, get the fuck out, bro. You're in a 5v4.
And then he just gets nice flash cleared anyway.
I mean, it's a good flash. Confident repeat as well from Aya. I feel like Kai could do something here. Oh, maybe not on his own.
He even put a Cypher Trip CT just in case.
Yeah. The knives are pretty good to play off around the metal box and new box and stuff, but in a 1v3, Ayang dies to a single shot. That's the only positive. He has updraft for this as well. He has updraft.
He's sticking it though. He's just sticking.
Yeah.
He didn't show up on the UI, but he does still just kill them both. But
tragedy. Unlucky. Good try. Good try.
Yeah, I think his name said like Ayang, I'm pretty sure. Like,
yeah,
from the casters. Instead of hey.
What? How did he hit the second shot? He was aim punched and still managed to get a headshot on the second guy. Right, so this is now a big eco swing round. Seekers are good retake tools, but most of the time I think FPX are just going to be trying to lock it down.
来到了一个连追3分的情况。但你别说 FunPlus 的经济其实也不是特别的好，又是
Trace were taking early A ramp control at the beginning of the round, like at the beginning of the half, and now they just have stopped doing that.
Also, FBX like having the Cypher util, a trip, and the Sky over towards A is a little bit much for me.
They have a ton of information over towards A. But they're not fighting mid. They're just kind of sitting B.
And then they just lose the fight in B main anyway.
God, they got absolutely rolled because these guys were able to walk up because Berlin wasn't jump spotting from default. They just have no info on those guys. All three players grouped around Hell and Heaven. When you have so many players in the same area, it might be a good idea just to just go for the jiggle a little bit. You can jiggle and paranoia, you don't even have to smoke.
I mean, yeah, I just don't really like FPX's defensive setup. I feel it's a bit lopsided towards A. And Trace have really just only been going B.
Yeah, it's a bit weird though to play your Sky in B. I think the Cypher could rotate though at this point, because how much Trace have been going B.
I mean, I kind of like the Sky on like sort of Heaven, like Skydog in mid and stuff, being able to sort of fight off the duelist and stuff like that.
Yeah, I suppose. If you're in Heaven though, you can't flash B main for info, and the flashes in mid for info just don't seem... I suppose they're okay. But yeah, you can pop flash through the smoke and push rafters if they go for a B hit or something. Yeah, seems okay. I mean, you could just try to 4-stack over towards B. Play A retake with the Seekers and with the Cypher setup. Just play for like a trip kill or something and then play offsite with the player advantage and try and Seekers retake.
Just doesn't really let my FPX know what to do. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking. Like, they're just sort of playing a general idea, I'm not sure why or how to get the most out of it.
I think they should be able to get way more value out of the way that Berlin is playing, though, with the Omen. I think he should be able to use his paranoia to stuff a lot of these B hits coming through, and he's just not been able to find the timing because he doesn't know when they're execing. Trace are doing a great job of taking a lot of space before they burst. They're not starting their exec at the very beginning of the round, they're not starting their exec from far back in B main. They're on top of him before he can react.
In different ways as well, like they just walk up there and then the round before they would fought a little bit in B main and just followed it up, just kept going and actually just went in.
Yeah. They have a lot of info in A main, Sunset, yeah, but they don't have any info in mid. So the B Heaven players were worried about mid. They thought it might have been a B split rather than a full B pop.
Actually moving the Cypher towards...
I mean, what the fuck is this defensive setup?
Yeah.
What is this? This is just like an eco play to try and get the showstopper online, maybe?
That's the one rifle that they had over there.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to recover it though. But now they know that there's 3 players there, I think. Maybe they don't know that Autumn is there. Maybe they think it was only the Sky and the Viper. But either way, this is just going to go back into a B hit where Berlin's on his own again. Berlin played inside that smoke in the pistol round. Do they bother clearing it? Yeah, with the dog. Oh, look at how nice that is. The dog takes the trip contact and it allows Feng Feng to get through.
Yeah. Even just the way that they were fighting against that one way as well.
Autumn getting 0 value out of the showstopper there is unfortunate. But the players had already died, so he's not going to be mad about it.
I mean, now they're going to be 15 seconds.
Yeah, but they baited out Berlin to ult the other side. What? Nice try from Autumn. Couple of jiggles, going for a wide swing. They forced out a lot of ults here from Trace. That's a positive. It was an eco round for FPX. I mean, Berlin might even find some kind of crazy timing here, but it doesn't seem very likely. That's what I was saying, Sunset. It does feel like Berlin should have just been jump spotting B main, but he wasn't. He was just playing hell that round. I don't know why. Alright, so now FPX are going to go for a more standard setup. So what have they actually changed? Are they moving the Cypher? Are they moving the Sky?
两侧的一个拉扯是用自己的耐心找到了 FunPlus 防守上的一个漏洞啊。
How is Berlin so late? Because he ulted to B. Sorry, to A. He ulted like into a deep anchor position on A when they used Cypher ult because he thought that they were going to rotate.
其实都是在交替的拿分了。这个回合 FunPlus 通过的一点这个
Cypher playing mid with the ult.
The Cypher hasn't even got their setup.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
Lysol has
so
not
late.
used his setup. He's only used a trip on B. That's it. He hasn't used his cam.
The trip is also way too high.
Yeah,
I think crouch under it. At least it's broken.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose. Ayoung still has his Seekers, by the way, so they can just play this site for retake. I guess they could play B for retake as well, but they have no B main info right now because the B main players are both playing in B heaven. And they're hard anchoring the site with 2. Yeah, they've just got so little control.
I mean, FPX look completely like in over their heads so far this side. They're not sure where to be, how to rotate, like they're just splooging utility like crazy because they're panicking they're late.
Yeah. They have got 3 players here in the right spot. I think Trace just didn't really realize that they had so much map control that they could have worked with.
Yeah. Because I think like with this comp, like if you're running the Cypher and the Viper, those are the kind of rounds, like executes that FPX want to be dealing with. Like they're all set up in, like they're comfortable there. Duelists are just going to dive on them. They could just take these fights and they've got good utility to deal with. But the thing that Trace has been doing is either going B, or more specifically just walking out on B, that FPX just get caught past it and they can't really play retake for it.
Yeah, I think that's just
kind of played in the way that FPX
wanted.
wanted.
They didn't realize that there was 3 players right there on A. They didn't know that the Raze was there, and they probably didn't. I mean, they should know that the Cypher was on site, but yeah, they should know the Cypher was there for sure. They should have been anticipating Cypher Sky.
Felt like a very like task failed successfully round for FPX.
Yeah, basically, yeah. All right, so they're dogging for a bit of A ramp. Oh, sorry. They did dog for A ramp control, and that was the counter dog that I was watching from Ayoung, which didn't see anything.
He botched up the flash as well.
This looks like it's supposed to be a split A kind of strat, but Flexin's super heavy committed over towards B. He's not holding B from market side, he's holding B from the opposite side. But he can play a late lurk with like a pull or something.
I do like this adjustment more like the Viper mid. Until TZH just fights.
Yeah, like throwing a snake bite or something there might have been a better idea. He thought he could turn the flash though. Okay. So they get the info of the Seekers, they're going for a split. Berlin can't hold on. Doesn't have a smoke for himself on site either. Goes down. Yeah, FPX really struggling here with a comp that should be good on defense. I think this comp would be better if Berlin was playing Astra as well though. I really like the Astra on split. I think it's so good.
Yeah, it's so. I think it's just, you know what I said about like FPX were running like the EDG comp on Sunset, and then Trace had a comp and a way to just counter it. I feel like this is this like FPX is playing what Billy used to play or still play, and Billy used to be really good on this map. So it's kind of like Trace know how to play up against Billy, so then playing up against FPX that are doing the same comp but worse, it's just very easy for them.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of teams play this comp, and I think the comp is good as long as you understand how to do it. How to set up the defense and how to lurk with the Viper on B.
Yeah, moving things around.
Oops, fuck. Press the wrong button. Lahum, thank you for the new Prime sub. Thank you very much.
进攻方拿一分 ，FunPlus 会立马还回来一分，掌握到他们的一个进攻节奏。
是，两边基本上就是真的是交替在拿。
看吧 ，T 现在要集合打 A 区，那正好 A 区又是 FunPlus 的前点，要提，拉出来 T 先又点到一个。
FPX just happened to have 3 players stacked over here. They've swapped the Cypher over to B. I like the adjustment, but Trace were certainly not expecting that.
飞进来的风风被放倒，并且 YOU 也是直接穿烟倒地。
这就是刚刚说的，你只要拿下一分 ，FunPlus 会立马察觉到你的进攻意图。
I think I just prefer not to see the Sky and the Cypher on the same site on defense.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, very aggressive from flexing.
Even the smoke in that kind of spot. Maybe the smoke even gave him away that he was that close.
What are you doing, flexing? Why is he smoking bottom stairs and not clearing just to the right of him? That's such a common position for someone to be playing in if they've reacted to your heaven control.
其实进攻方第一时间他们是能够变成2打2的，因为防守方其实他们现在没有堵点的任何必要。那怎么打？看到了，露身子了。Autumn 手里有一颗彩来飞剑，第一时间应该不好进来了。小开的位置已经跳了下来，黑贝点掉了一个人，自己还是一个无装的状态，留一手，给上自己一个赛博球流，拖延一下时间，等到队友过来，但是前后两边都有枪剑，哎，这
that's a good smoke.
大忙，在里面还能去躲留一手。
That's a great smoke for Lysol to try and play around. Well played, Berlin. It was almost a little too late, but it came just in time.
是，很焦灼，相当焦灼。是的。就进攻方只要拿了一分 ，FunPlus 会立马有破解之法。就 T 跟 FunPlus 就属于。
Berlin wasn't throwing that smoke for himself, but he's throwing it for his teammates.
踢过去，踢过来，但确实因为两边的阵容的一个相生相克的关系，很容易被克制到。
It's so weird. Flexing had the minimap, had the Cypher cam on his screen, didn't break it, just walked forwards into heaven, threw away his life for no reason. Alright, 5-5. They realize that the Cypher's here again. So, after having success, FPX go back to running the Cypher Sky on A. You could... I mean, they don't have anybody in mid, but if they did, this would be a nice round to break the trip and try and go through vents.
They tried to pin on a player that might be in vents.
Oh, what a stun. What a cool stun play. Alright, now they know that there's no trips. Gonna try to accelerate. Nice trade. And now YOU's gonna watch the ramp push. Potentially. Or not. He's just gonna let TCH through.
No, never mind.
Oh my god, I was worried about the beef there.
4打2的一个残局，对于 Autumn 和 Berlin 来说啊，不是特别好去操作，一样是一个踩雷飞剑，哇，要来了，直接往里面点内去飞，他差一个玩焰火，
他出烟很有可能要被支架。是的，他不能从正面选择强出，他只能走侧面。
而且这个烟马上要散了，应该也推了过来，峰峰原点
Nice coverage from Fun.
最后一个人 Berlin 的位置也被前后
They actually worked that round quite nicely. That stun play to isolate the Cypher was crazy. I don't think I've ever seen somebody go for the stun in that spot before. Just a read that Lysol was going to be pushed out on rafters. Look at that. The stun is perfect. So nicely done. No, Kai is not Overwatch Kai. Overwatch Kai is British. He's not going to be playing in Chinese Valorant.
6比5的比分，现在我觉得就是我感觉一切看下半场了。上半场有可能就是6比6。
Cinco, I'm not sure. I'd have to get back to you about that. I really don't know, Cinco.
I mean, I kind of prefer.
We don't have any
Kai
plans to do it
moving around as much as he is here.
感觉现在就确实没有办法把比分拉开。
I don't really like this dog though. Like good information, but it's just a bit early.
Yeah, it is very early, and they have the full Cypher setup over towards that area. And FPX have just not been fighting over mid. I feel like Trace could just take mid every round if they wanted to. Just literally walk at mid. They know that the Viper's been playing B Heaven a lot, but apart from that, they haven't really seen anybody in mid.
Another like argument for the Astra instead of the Viper as well, just a mid smoke mixed with a poison cloud and just alternating them.
Yes, yeah, it's really good. I like that the pro teams are still using the dogs to break the Cypher trips, just to tell them where they are.
Yeah,
good flash. Oh wow,
makes it easier to break.
Wow. I mean, the Cypher and the Sky are both fantastic at hard anchoring A. But after Trace got so much value on B, they just stopped going there completely later on in this map. Nevertheless, 6-6 is a pretty good half for Trace, I think. I don't know, actually. I'm not sure. I mean,
I was
normally
gonna
this...
say FPX, like, just...
I think it's actually good for both teams.
Not fall apart.
Because Trace's comp should be a little bit attack-sided too, I think, with the double duelist. I'm not sure. This map probably comes down to how well FPX can apply pressure on both sides with the Cypher and the Viper.
Well, yeah, double duelist on defense, Cypher Viper on attack is very movable object versus stoppable force, maybe.
Yeah. What are their comms in FPX? They communicate quite a lot in English, apparently, when Autumn's alive, but Autumn does speak quite a bit of Mandarin, so they can speak in English and Mandarin.
I wonder if they'll commit to Autumn still, because I imagine like FPX has to be in partnership next year, but they're
I would
such
assume
a
so,
big
yeah.
org. Yeah,
they are a big
So it's like, I wonder if they'd keep Autumn.
I don't see why not. They're having a lot of success with him. Peru versus Indonesia for the Red Bull finals. I have no... What?
Indonesia isn't too much of a surprise.
Well,
it's such a big region.
Yeah, but Indonesia are not playing with any of their top Indonesian players, presumably.
Neither's Talon, are they? Wait, no, that's Thai, isn't it?
Well, Dazlok said it was Peru versus Indonesia. Who the fuck is on the Peruvian team? Based off vibes, quick pred, Peru. Fuck it, I love the food. Peruvian food owns. Indonesian food is probably also really good, but I don't think I've eaten very much of it.
I like that that's the defining factor. Who is the better cuisine?
Yeah, that is the defining factor.
Explains why UK esports is down bad.
Yeah, it does actually.
Wait, they've got a race TikTok player on the Indonesia team.
If you're gonna go for that,
judge only race.
If Flexin is gonna go for a like jump peek and recall if they're fast B, he needs to not put down his mid smoke so that he can put down a second B. But anyway, FPX took too long to be able to get out through the choke point, and they're getting rinsed. FPX need to be playing slowly. This composition plays slowly. Also, what is this Viper wall in mid? This is an attacking Viper wall.
Oh yeah.
Wait. What is going on? This pistol round is crazy. Wait, this Viper wall might be cooking, actually. It looks kind of cap.
Yeah, because you don't need to put the Viper wall on A, because you have the Cypher like Kate.
Yeah, but you should... But the Viper wall B is so good with this setup.
Yeah, I guess it's just like some... Well, for a pistol,
this
it's a great idea.
Yeah, I don't think this Viper wall's cooking.
Might also explain why they used the Astra smoke mid. So you just see that Viper's wall and they're like, well, they're gonna fucking do some at mid.
Dude, my brain simply cannot process split screen.
Yeah. Nice shot.
I just don't know where to look. Oof. I missed it because I was looking at the wrong side of the split screen.
To be fair, we got a generation coming up that can't watch a clip without having Subway Surface on underneath it, so...
True. Why
You
are
just do
all
the
of the
head-to-head
race
with
players in
bottom on top of
China
it.
double blast packing in everywhere? And how did TZH get 2 there? Oh, they're doing the same pistol round, the same Viper wall again, even though they're on an anti-eco. This Viper wall is just so good. And then you put the orb here, and then you pick it up and put it here.
Also, like the Cypher's camera to watch default is B.
Yeah, that's not. That's not that valuable. Well, the cam saw the B push. Now what? What info does that give you?
哇，直接就混烟了，开始不讲道理了。那小开也点倒在了 A2 楼的位置。那像呢，现在人数上已经有比较大的一个差距在了。
It's fair to say that TZH is some of the more outlandish Viper walls in the scene.
Oh, absolutely.
At like a tier 1 level, I think TZH wins the cooking award.
They're looking for the Astra who pushed B main because they saw him with the cam.
Yeah, so it's like the misinformation.
Yeah. The Cypher started a propaganda campaign. Yeah, just watching the Cypher trip for an Astra. What if the Astra jumps over it? What if the Astra has learned how to do the Fosbury flop and gets over the top of my Cypher trip?
This has been a game of very many surprises, so...
Could happen. Could happen. Okay. Right. Same Viper wall again. Actually, this one's slightly different. It's a little deeper. It's basically the same, but it's a bit deeper. This wall stops you from doing crossfires in mid that easily, from vent and be heavy.
Yeah. It reminds me of like the bind wall that people use it a lot now, because you can do it from spawn and it doesn't give away where you're standing at the start of the round.
Yeah.
But the fact that the Viper could be on B, but still put a wall that starts on A.
You can still do that with the B wall though as well. Bizarre that FPX are playing like a burst B setup without the Viper utility and without like a fast-paced comp, but it's working.
Yeah, they're saving.
Yeah, Flexen just got overwhelmed.
I mean, I'd be happy to see FPX win this series. Like, they did look really like iffy in Act 2, but they've pretty much not put a foot wrong since. Like, the only series that they had lost so far was against Trace in the previous like game. So if they win the rematch, it kind of goes to show that like this FPX team is just getting better and better. Like Trace at least have been consistently good. Same as Rare Afton.
Yeah, that flash onto Flexen's quite nice, but he's not playing inside his smoke, and the two players just jumped into hell instead of trying to get out onto rafters. So Trace not quite able to hold onto a B hit. If they can't defend a B hit against a team that has a Viper and a Cypher, they are gonna have a lot of problems on their defense side.
It's an early destroyer timeout again. Oh, he actually looks super... I've never seen him like this. He's usually so stoic.
The tension.
Yeah.
The pressure is
I don't know
high.
how I feel. It's like seeing like your chill teacher at school start shouting, and you're just like, what?
Yeah.
How are you like this? How can you be like this?
Yeah, I actually have a dentist appointment that I need to leave for in 20 minutes. So,
Actually,
whether or not
really
this game is
straight.
over, I've got to stop the stream in 20 minutes. Hello, Tetro. How's it going? Okay, so bad buy over here for old Trace. Same Viper wall here. It's really strange. I mean, the Cypher's not applying pressure over towards ramp. The Viper's not applying pressure over towards B. Seems like a really weird way of playing this composition on the attack side. And they're not even playing behind this wall in mid. We haven't seen FPX take mid control very much on this half. They've just been going for pops, which seems like the opposite of what the comp should be used for.
Yeah, I mean, it has only been 3 rounds so far.
Yeah.
I think the bonus they kind of went late through mid. But yeah, this is like the first time that they've like defaulted this way.
Yeah, they are going through mid right now.
And having
actually.
2 of the lurk players going.
Oh.
And I mean, it works, so it's fine.
Oh. Oh, Flexin had no bullets. I mean, I know that was an eco from Trace, but that looked like a bit of a mess.
前面飞的那个人就专门把子弹打完，打空了，对，打空了，然后就算让你捡枪，你把枪捡起来，但是你没有任何的子弹一个数据。
兄弟，我这波细不细？那
I want to see the replay of that.
再来看一下他们这个长枪回合怎么去操作了，而且中路其实
So they use the paranoia and they use the blind, the paranoia and the flash,
还是相对比较动态的。他们第一
and
时
then
间
jump the player through to find the kill in
也没有选择
rafters.
很着急的直接从 B 通走，而是中路的策应。
Wow, coach is not happy about that one. All right, so now Kai has an op, and he's watching over towards B main. Seems like a good idea. They're not really using any smoke utility over there. They omen smoke. Instead of using the cyber cages to get through on A, they are smoking with the omen. It's so weird the way that they're playing. FPX take everything you know about Valorant and just decide to ignore it and come up with their own ways of doing things.
They got 2 people doing like a mid lurk, and the spike is in spawn.
Yeah, throughout all of this.
Is this going to be some like Berlin actually pushes through to the site, TP's back into spawn to pick up the spike and then plant?
He could do. But as soon as Berlin dies, the spike is in a horrible spot. Nice snake bite.
I don't know what FX are going to do here. That makes it exciting, but...
Yeah, the positions aren't that bad for Trace either. There's 20 seconds left, and they still need to retain the spike. And Berlin's dead, so it's GG.
Now. Yep, that's it.
I mean, what are we witnessing here? What is going on? You can't construct a round where the game plan is our Omen must survive until post-plant, despite entering.
Take the precedent, yeah.
But he's
literally some sort of escort mission.
But he's the furthest one forwards on ramp as well. He's like paranoia in, and then he's walking up through heaven first too. So many situations where Berlin could have potentially died. And he's the only player that can go and retrieve the spike safely. What the heck is going on? There's something about Split that just makes teams troll their attack sides in terms of like playing with the time and stuff. There's a lot to do on the attack side. There's a lot of map control to get, and then you have to get into the sites and stuff, but my god. That was a menace of a round. Exchange of flashes over towards ramp.
Yeah, they're doing the Omen flash again. And then the Cypher default in towards B.
还是得依靠这种协同的补枪去完成。
Why aren't they using the cages over
同
here?
样的 TE， 他们对于地图的一个控制权还是做的比较到位的。虽然说阵容并不是防守的优势。
Well,
现在主要是这杆明居在
they need some ramp control before they hit A. You can't just hit A like this. You can't just hit A like this. What is going on? Oh, Feng Feng just absolutely dunked on his head. Feng Feng didn't even pop the ult.
They're in.
Oh, what a kill by Lysol, though.
那黑贝一倒找到了一把拿明居的小开，小开骗。
Also, Lysol has like a lot of money, and going into the execute, he only in one cage. So
Yeah, I think he's using one cage at the beginning of the round.
Like B main, yeah, and he's put the camera up.
I think so. It doesn't seem like a good idea, but yeah, that's what he's doing.
知道自己的比分上已经没有太多的容错了，主锋来了，他要往前去抓人了，人在哪儿？他不确定，他要搜的位置巨多。
Okay, Lysol just kills everybody this round, I guess.
360度都有可能藏人。
All part of the master plan.
Oh, he threw a cage in the Viper ult towards Mail at the start of the round. Cool. Oh, that wasn't even, he wasn't even aiming at him, and then he goombered off his head.
Like Nucky 2.0.
Berlin got a nice entry there again, actually, right before he got traded by Feng Feng.
因为他确实接了3个，而且哇，这个空中这个2段跳，我觉得他就已经完全都想
Autumn
好了。
opping on attack.
Oh yeah, that's common on other maps too.
I like it. I think it's going to slow them down. They need to be playing a slower attack side, I think, in general.
Because he'll give the up to like Berlin when he's gonna satchel in.
The thing is, you can't play a slower attack side if you're not using your Viper Wall to actually create pressure. They're just using... Like, what is the purpose of this Viper Wall? It's so bizarre. It's like for lurking mid, but it doesn't actually give you mid control. Because someone can always be behind it over here towards Vent or Metal Box. It's just so... It's so backward.
I guess it's like maybe to sort of see if they can sneak past the orb in mid.
Yeah, well, they've been trying to do that, but that means that you never really have mid control. You can only use it as a lurk spot. What was Blood aiming at with that ult? Wow, they're getting dominated. Trace cannot hold B. FPX, just hit B every round. Just hit B every round. Trace have no idea how to defend this site.
I mean,
their positioning is heinous. They're like they're all just running into the site, landing on the low ground, and then getting killed by the people coming out through the choke point. They don't keep rafters control. Their anchor players, I mean, their anchor player Flexin isn't playing inside of his smokes well. God damn.
5个赛点需要 TE 去追，
这个回合 TE 还没有钱。又是没有进，没有。
Both teams should have only hit B on their attack side.
也是直接选择就开始去驾驭了。福勒星手里是有这个宇宙分裂。
Feels like the future of split, to be fair. But it depends how many people dedicate to double duelist still. The Trace chose this map over Ascent, which they won before, which makes it hurt even more.
Ooh, they didn't spot Berlin. They didn't spot Berlin even when checking it. And then they walk into the trip. Oh my god. Wow. Berlin has just absolutely rinsed them by hiding in a corner.
Man did nothing and it was still a better play than what Trace did.
Yeah, I mean, actually, Berlin doing nothing is a great play as well, because he sometimes overheats, doesn't he? The fact he didn't just decide to swing is actually really good discipline from him.
Oh, Feng, chill. Good trade. I mean, it might have been better, that play anyway, because he just got paranoid if he had stayed.
Yeah.
能给自己2个回防的队友有多少时间？安置爆能器，而且福勒星没有能够去升级自己枪械的机会。
So this Viper ult could have been used a couple of rounds ago, and now they've chosen to use it in this spot. It just, yeah, it's just almost impossible for Trace to win this. They're going to have to find some incredibly good timings inside this ult. It is a GG.
Like these are the clutch players for FPX too. So it's comfortable.
Yeah. Okay, FPX knocking Trace out of the tournament. That was a pretty disappointing end from Trace there. Maybe a bit of choking or something. Their coach was certainly not impressed. But considering how well they've done in the previous tournaments, they really let the ball slip there on Sunset and Split. Yeah, just
to be fair, we haven't really seen that much Split this act, like from all of the teams, really. Like it just seems to be a bit of a map that people haven't been prioritizing.
I think they had a massive compositional problem on Sunset. The fact the comp just not having a Sentinel is way too difficult for them to deal with. Their defense side, they just couldn't get info anywhere. And then on Split, I mean, we just watched it. It was... They couldn't defend B even once. They couldn't defend anything at all. I mean, this composition should have serious ways of being able to anchor properly. I mean, they can have their jet anchor, like, well, not anchor, but like jet pressure over towards A with the Sky more than they were doing. Have the Sky drop back into a hard anchor position. They should have got more value out of flexing, anchoring B too. Yeah, rough. You can't be losing pops to a composition that has a Viper Cypher. That's a tragic way to exit the tournament. Unlucky.
Yeah. Turned into a weird day. At least there was good games, but I didn't really expect that FPX versus EDG would be tomorrow's game.
Yeah, FPX EDG. When was the last time they played against each other? Obviously, that used to be a pretty recurring matchup, but I feel like I haven't seen it in a while.
Act 1.
Really? That's the last time?
A while ago, yeah.
Damn. The last time was September 28th. They haven't played in 2 months against each other. Yeah. EDG have been playing a lot of games against Rare Atom recently in Trace. Because they're just the teams that have made it deeper in the tournament. But alright. Rare Atom in the grand finals. EDG versus FPX tomorrow. This one's a BO5, so we'll be watching this one tomorrow at 9 a.m. But for now, I've got to vanish. Pleasure doing a little co-stream with you, Ryan. Thank you for the insight.
I'm down to chat like tomorrow and stuff on Sunday if you're around too.
Yeah, probably will be. All right, peace.
All right, see ya.
No, I've got to go now. I've got a dentist appointment, so I've got to disappear. Yeah, not particularly impressed with the level of gameplay today, but I thought the Rare Atom had some nice ideas. Even though FPX won, there was a lot of stuff that FPX were doing that I didn't like. A lot of their setups on Lotus, a lot of their setups on Split, I just don't think make too much sense compared to the way that I've seen other teams play these comps. But they've got some individual nice ideas, and they've got some individual... nice ideas is a weird way of putting that, but like individual moments that worked really nicely for them. And yeah, I think they'll actually have chances against EDG, especially if EDG play as badly as they did today. All right. I am going to stream again later today to play DayZ. But in the meantime, I'll leave you in the comfortable and capable hands of... who? Com? The capable hands of Com. That's who I'm going for. Raid Ryan? Is Ryan still streaming? I would assume Ryan's ending the stream. That's why I was not thinking of raiding Ryan. I'm going to raid Com. Alright. See you guys in a bit. I'll be back in probably like... What time is it now? 2. I think I'll be back at probably about 7 p.m. So what is that? 5 hours. I think I'll be back in about 5 hours to play Valorant. To play DayZ. Alright. See you guys.